Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Welcome, everyone, to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for January 22nd, 2023. This is our weekly program where we gather internationally, more or less, and we share knowledge. And the knowledge keeps expanding, although our understanding of it has to catch up, and it will catch up. But again, do we even need to understand it completely before we can use it? I think this is what's going to happen. Perhaps by the time we fully understand the cosmic rays, hopefully the new systems are already out providing feeding and energy and wellness and transportation and communication right across this planet. So I want to thank you all for joining us today and bringing the change in whatever way, big way or little way you can, because we're all working together for the same peace on the planet. Today we'll be covering a few clips. We'll be covering something about the cosmic rays. We'll be covering something about the Universal Council's decision on the release of this technology, whether it will go quickly or it will go slowly, whether it will get delivered all at once, or will we build the factories and the manufacturing plants and the cups and the water purification systems, as Mr. Keshe says, or will we just release the system from Linz, which it can feed the entire planet? I think it can develop or provide the communication, the wellness, the elevation of the souls, and so on and so forth. So this will be a decision that we'll hear in the second clip. The decision hasn't been made yet. Mr. Keshe says it's urgent for the Universal Council, the Earth Council, and the core team to meet and make this decision for humanity. And of course, we'll abide by whatever decision the Universal Council makes. And again, the last clip we'll play is going to be about this one system. As Mr. Keshe said, do we need these service centers and all these different systems, or do we only need one system? I think his answer was we only needed one system. As I said, if we wait till we develop the cosmic rays, I think it could be a century or two before we reach the level of, and maybe even longer, of what we're seeing being offered through the store and through Linz and so on and so forth. I don't know if anyone would like to make any comments on this last workshop. And if not, we're going to go to our World Peace Treaty, which is what we're all trying to achieve, at least most of us, that come into this peaceful condition. And this is a offering by the Keshe Foundation. Here it is. And this is our World Peace Treaty. It's a very simple document, but it does bring peace. If it's your wish to see peace, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness. By giving, will create that position of change. And when Mr. Keshe talks about giving, I don't think the giving is in the matter state, it's in the energy state. So we'll eventually come to the point where everyone is satisfied and we won't have anyone to give to. I think that will be a condition that will appear in the future weeks and months and years on this planet. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? All of you have read it before. All of you that are here, I'm sure, have signed it, either with a pen or with the pen in your soul. So if it's your wish to see peace, even though if you think it's impossible or it can't be achieved and you're looking at all the mayhem, just go ahead and sign it and confirm your wish and add to the field strength of peace on this planet, and also peace within yourself, or ourselves, let's say, because this is where I think the real peace starts. When we're peaceful, then the world around us becomes more peaceful. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we, or I, all agree and swear with our or my and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, your body, or for your soul. Simply put your name there, your signature, the date, position, and on behalf of, again, the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or the individual. Have it witnessed and signed. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So as you can see, it's a rather simple document, but quite profound and has many far-reaching implications, not only for yourself, but for our community as we start to move into space. But that's going to be a little bit. I think we have to work with these cosmic rays, and as we complete that part of it, I think, Mr. Keshe, that the next part will be introductions to the universal community. We did have a flight on Friday. Very interesting. Some people experienced a lot and some people didn't experience as much. But as Mr. Keshe said, we've all changed going through that process. You may find a difference in the dimension of your emotion. You may find a difference in the dimension of devotion, he stated. And you also may find a difference in the dimension of the totality to understanding the creation. So even if you didn't sense that you interacted with any of the prophets or anything else happened, I know one of the other things Mr. Keshe was talking about was repairing the damaged bird. And he said it would be difficult to elevate the souls of the prophet until the damaged bird is repaired. So I think we're being processed as well to reach to a higher, let's say, getting the lion and the lamb to lay down a little bit more quietly. And I think that's part of the process that's going on in these monthly conferences. And we'll get to that in a moment. That there'll be one every month, and maybe some of the months there'll be even more than one. I know the next conference, as Mr. Keshe has referred to them, will be on Sunday. The last one was on Friday, the 20th of January. The one before that was on the 19th of December, which was a Monday, and the one before that was again on a Friday, the 16th of December. So the one coming up for February will be on the 19th on Sunday at noon. And I'll just read this. The new space plasma technology has proven on the 16th of December 2022 during the Keshe family Christmas plasma flight, man has reached the level where one can interact with his soul, with the soul of its creator, without the intermediaries, in whatever name, where one can be enlightened with the knowledge of the creator and its creations through one's soul. This event will take place on Sunday, the 19th of February, 2023, again at 12 noon CEST, or CET time, excuse me. You do need a Zoom account. This is a closed meeting, so you can book your tickets up until February 15th. The ticket is non-refundable. And of course, you do need to find a quiet location that you can be in for that meeting. That may be a couple hours or 3 or maybe even 4, depending on how the session goes. But it's very important to try and find a very secluded place, a quiet place where there's not another telephone ringing or animals perhaps barking. We've heard some chickens and some dogs in our meeting that have come through the microphone as well. But it's up to you, and there'll be plenty of room, so book your ticket early. And again, these are more is going on in these meetings than what we actually experience. And we've heard a very nice testimony today from one of the knowledge seekers, and I'd like to play that, at least a couple minutes of it anyway, about what happened here. He's given us permission to play his testimony, which he just gave actually this morning. So this is Jackie. He's one of the knowledge seekers from the US. And then perhaps some of the others may want to share something about that experience that you had last Friday. If you can't hear it, I'm going to start it now. It's only a few minutes. And thank you, Jackie, for sharing with us.
Well, I did experience when we started the session and our souls were extended and we had our first segment, a fog-like white cloud appeared in the right side of my mind's eye. I closed my eyes during the whole session, by the way, so I was watching this appear across my eyelids. Anyway, a face appeared in that cloud. I couldn't distinguish. It was like a fog, a ghost face. It was like a fog face. It was just, formed there. And then after that, some hieroglyphic type symbols appeared. I took it to be a language, but they quickly left, and I did not recognize the language. They were not Egyptian-like hieroglyphics. They were different, but similar, and there was several of them in a row, so I know it was a language of some sort. Then the action moved to the middle of my gaze, right in the middle of my mind's eye, and it was a gray background, and then white rays of clouds, you might say, or fog, started moving and appearing in the middle and going in all sorts of beautiful shapes, and not shapes, but twists and turns, and it was just a beautiful thing, and all of it was etched with a white light around the edges of this fog. It was a brighter light. Fog is usually whitish or grayish, but it was a brighter light, and this went on for the whole time of the session, and it was very beautiful, and I enjoyed it very much. And then when Mr. Keshe told us it was Mitra and her child, it made perfect sense that it was a plasma I was watching, and it was in constant motion, and it was in 3D. So I thought that was very, very interesting. Then when we moved to Moses, in the middle of my mind's eye, a V appeared, the letter V, very sharp at the bottom. And it was replaced by another round circular globe figure that had a V coming off the bottom of it into a point. So that was my Moses. When we went to Christ, I looked to my left and I saw a man standing beside me in the lower left of my mind's eye, right beside me, and the emotion was friendship. Then when we went to Muhammad, in the middle of my mind's eye in front of me, it was a form, sort of like a starburst, but no star. It wasn't bright or anything. It was just a round circular type form, seemed to have pointed edges all around it, circular. And out of that came about several hundred, if not 1,000 pinpoints of light flashed in that figure. So that was Muhammad. And after the first session with Mitra and child, I wondered, why is there no color? And then when the other session started with the prophets, a green wave, translucent green wave of color washed across from lower left to upper right across the screen constantly. So there was color in that one. Then when he asked us to transmute to lens, a wave started emanating from the bottom of my mind's eye to the top, like it was sending my soul that way. But I realized I did not transmute. I did see a picture of the upper level as you look down to the escalators. I may have been there, I don't know. But then I felt like I was giving support to those that were actually transmuting. And then when Mr. Keshe said, okay, return to yourself, to your body, that same wave that went up from the bottom started coming down from the top, like I was coming back. And I could tell my eyes lowered in the socket, like that's when my soul returned to my body. There was one section when he talked about food where I did see food to the lower left of my mind's eye. It was a block of some sort of food, and then there was something else beside it, but I can't remember what that was, or maybe I don't believe I distinguished it at the time. I think that's it.
Thank you, Jackie, for sharing that. Very interesting. And everyone has different experiences. As I said, Mr. Keshe had said that. But to make these things happen, you need to be able to generate cosmic rays. And that's what Mr. Keshe is providing in these systems. You can't create flight without a cosmic ray generator and some of these other things like feeding and elevation of the soul, apparently. Transportation and communication all come out of these cosmic rays. So this is what we need to understand eventually. But in the meantime, we may avail ourselves to the system being provided. As Mr. Keshe said, if we go to the products here, let's see if we can, this one here, and this is what he's saying. He's going to be providing comprehensive universal plasma coverage, is to be introduced in steps from January 2023, backed by the space plasma technology of the Keshe Foundation worldwide. So he's planning on delivering this worldwide through the fields. There's a comprehensive wellness program you can sign up for. There's a comprehensive nourishment program you can sign up for, a comprehensive energy program, also a comprehensive transmutation facility, comprehensive communication. So it seems like it's all together in one package. Then, of course, the leisure and sports facility and comprehensive plasmatic effort compensation. But anyway, right at this point, we're talking about wellness, nourishment, energy, I think. And if there's a disaster, Mr. Keshe, we'll hear this in the first clip. They are going to make an attempt to alleviate some of the disasters with people needing medicine and food and shelter. I don't know exactly, but Mr. Keshe said they were going to try to see if they could affect a difference there. So this is where you can sign up for it. But in the meantime, just remember, we have the flight sessions. And this is the one coming up for February 2023. There were well over 150 people in the last meeting, and we know these meetings will continually expand as the system becomes more perfected and the team in Linz becomes more knowledgeable with this. I think they're about 50% of the way there. We'll hear Mr. Keshe explain that. Would anyone who took a flight or was there, would they like to share anything? Well, for myself, I know Mr. Keshe said that we were going to be elevating the souls of the prophets. And of course, this elevation is just not going to happen in one go. He said it's like when we release the Gans waters, which we've been doing for years, he said, in adding energy to the soul of the planet. It's the same with the prophets. So we're going to continue this process. But on Thursday, I was elevating the souls of the prophet at some time during the day, maybe even on Wednesday. And I thought I would practice that. When I went down to sit down to have my meal on Thursday evening, I saw a flash of light. And I said, that's peculiar. I've never seen that before. It was just a small, like a flash. But again, I didn't think of it as anything because I hadn't heard what Mr. Keshe said in that flight meeting. And he said, when you see the light, when you're elevating your soul or connecting with your soul of physicality, if you see that light, you can feed yourself. He also said it when we were joining with the prophets, that you could see a light. Now, when we joined with Moses, I did see a small, very small light. And I remembered back the night before, and I was thinking, gee, that's maybe a confirmation in a way. It's not a coincidence, as we know. But I only saw a small LED light. And at some point in that session, I also saw kind of a fog like Jackie was describing. I was sitting in an automobile, so I looked out the window and I saw this sort of gray fog. I had my eyes open. Sometimes I had them closed at that point, and it sort of was rolling towards me, and then it kind of disappeared, but there was a light in it. It was grayish, and it was sort of a rolling fog or a rolling cloud of some sort. So we did see Moses. Actually, I saw a picture of him. I don't know if it was a portrait or it came out of a movie that I had seen in the past. And I looked, and of course, Moses didn't have any hair, maybe a little in the back. And he had these things under his arm. As we always know, he's carrying the envelope or the message from the Creator. And I said, ah, there's the postman. So I observed. Moses seemed to be angry. And I just was observing, and I gave from my soul to his soul whatever he would need. And when we came to Christ, I did not see anything. And when we came to Muhammad, I didn't see anything either. But I gave to all of them equally. And we're going to continue to give to the prophets, because Mr. Keshe said it's not going to happen just in one go, although we are observing what will happen. And the whole idea of this, again, is to elevate the soul of physicality of the prophet, so they, which has never been elevated, and they can, when those two souls come together, the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, of the prophets, then they can communicate a message to their representatives here in the dimension of the matter state on earth and correct some of the wrongs that have been done. So I would encourage you all at any time you'd like to add to the elevation of the prophets, feel free. Mr. Keshe said our souls have reached a certain level that's above the level of the soul of the prophets, which is hard to, in a way, because we've been in such awe of the prophets and their abilities and some of the stories we've heard about them. But feel free to do that at any time, which will add the prophets into our dome of peace today. So that was my little experience about what happened in the flight system. Would anyone else like to share anything about your experience or a part of your experience that you had? It's like a dream state, but you're fully conscious. Although some people, I think, did fall asleep in the meeting. We heard a couple of snores, but as Mr. Keshe said, just because I'm snoring doesn't mean I'm not working. I'm still working. The souls don't rest, and neither does the brain. So would anybody like to share anything else before we go to our first clip about these cosmic rays and understanding a little bit more? And the beauty of it is we've been working with them, been successful with them, but we haven't understood what we're doing. As he said, you put a little zinc and you put a little CO2 together and you find out it's good for COVID. But of course, Mr. Keshe said you have to set it exactly the way I said it in the cup of life. So I think we'll be finding more and more of these things we didn't know we were working with, and now we see more where he said, I put it right in front of you, and you never saw it. He says he's been teaching about cosmic rays from day one, but none of us have really understood it. And we're moving further in that direction to understand more. But you don't need to fully understand it. If this technology is rolled out in the next months and you're not understanding the cosmic rays, as Mr. Keshe said, we can saturate an area with fields, and you can take food if you'd like. You could take energy. You could take wellness. So I don't think we'll be needing headsets anymore, but we'll have to see. That may be another interim step. But I think if you go into a disaster area, you're not going to be providing everybody headphones so they could receive something. Maybe that's a special case where just the area would be saturated and the people that are facing a disaster or in a disaster could have some relief from it. So that's what's coming up in the foundation. Would anyone like to add anything? Feel free. We're not
Yeah, I just wanted
we're not going to
to,
laugh. We're just going to listen and see what
good.
you understood.
Don't laugh. No, I'm just saying that for me, just a little bit of confusion. Are we supposed to be first elevating our spirit, our soul of physicality? And are we supposed to extend our soul of man around it or just connect the two together? I wasn't too sure how.
Yeah, he was talking about elevating the soul of your soul of physicality. I think this is the
First.
damaged bird that he was referring to.
Mm-hmm.
A little difficult if the bird has a broken wing or a sore wing to be in that kind of condition. But in the previous workshop, I think he said we've reached the soul of mankind, or man has reached the level above the soul of the prophets, at least in the physicality, perhaps. Did you want to share
I would
more?
like to, yeah, just a little bit. You mentioned, I think it was you that mentioned Moses, and
Yes.
I did have or maybe it was Jackie. I did have a looks of a lightning bolt, not big, small, and part of it was kind of a golden sun kind of sunshine thing, and a few other colors. And it wasn't as strong as, say, with Christ or with Muhammad. That's something, but I really need to clarify on this business of our soul of physicality and how it is supposed to interact, if at all. Or do we just say we share from our soul, our main soul? I know
Well,
eventually we're
we're
supposed to get
trying to
them
get
both.
the lion and the lamb to sleep in the same nest. So that
Yeah, we're
is for
trying to get
ourselves.
our soul of physicality is supposed to be able to do the same thing as the soul of the man when we really get there.
Yeah, when the two become one. And again, the soul of the prophets are perfect. It's just the soul of physicality. I feel the same way. It's the soul of physicality that's, or the physicality is a leech in a way on the soul.
I didn't think we were going to become one. I thought they were going to sort of work together in the sense of like think of an infinity loop. One end is your spirit and the other is your soul of man. And either one can do the job, so to speak. But I could be completely wrong. I'm
Yeah,
just trying.
myself as well. But I think he said in a few workshops past that the physicality, the soul of physicality and the soul of the man are inseparable.
Okay. Well, that depends on how
Mhm.
on how
Oh,
that
we have a
happens.
little ways to go till we learn everything, but as I said, we can use the systems to experience the feeding and the energy and the travel and the communication and the elevation of the soul. And then we'll probably down the road learn a little bit more, but at this point in time, Mr. Keshe wants to make it available now for humanity to everyone can enjoy warmth, or if they're hot, cooling, if they're hungry, food, energy through the fields, wellness if they're infirmed, communication with others. So all of these things are going to be provided. I don't know if it'll go step by step. But originally, Mr. Keshe went to the governments and he said, I can show the people on this planet how to feed themselves and also how to generate energy very inexpensively. And of course, it was denied. So I would think the food and the energy are probably going to be the two first ones, because he had made this request to the governments over 20 years ago. But it's been blocked and delayed, and we know the rest of the story.
Yes, and also here in South Africa, at least in the Durban area, we have a lot of heat. And I understand, was it you or was it Alex that said that things are much warmer than normal and you don't use the amount of fuel that you were using, the oil and so on?
Well, this year it seems like we're much above normal. I think this past Wednesday we were at 49 degrees Fahrenheit in the middle of January is not a usual condition.
Wow, that's good.
And it seems to be carrying on in the upper 30s and lower 40s. I think today we're probably 43 degrees. And as I said, I did talk to an oil man and I asked him, I figured it was very busy, but he said, no, it's very slow because the temperatures are a little warmer this year.
Yeah, there's something happening there because we're unusually hot. You can feel it. It's not a normal, it is summer, but it's not a normal sunshine that we're getting. We all are complaining. Normally we don't complain so much. I don't have a problem with it, but I have noted that the kind of sunshine we're getting and the heat we're getting is really very unusual. I just wish it would go, I wish it would go to Europe.
Right. I remember the book, Angels Don't Play This Harp, if you know what I'm alluding to.
No.
No. Okay, we'll explain that in another location. It was a book by Dr. Begich, I think. And he was referring to the high frequency auroral, this group of antennas where I think you can push pressures and things around.
Oh, yes.
And the name of the book was Angels Don't Play This Harp.
Oh, I understand you 100%. Yes, I used to worry about that. Okay.
Anyone else want to share anything about their flight experience if they took one? And of course, we encourage you to sign up for the February conference. Mr. Keshe may announce more. So the cosmic rays are the tool. We've been working with them, not understanding it, but if you set things right, things happen, as we saw with the Cup of Life 1 and 2. So we worked with it, but we didn't fully understand. I know Mr. Keshe said it would take man hundreds of years to fully understand what's going on in this cup. But maybe as we're growing and understanding more, it won't take so long to understand it. But again, is it, do we want to possess the knowledge or do we want to be humble and search for knowledge with this humbleness? I know Mr. Keshe goes into this at the end. If you think you have it, you're moving farther away from the Creator. But if you come in with a humble attitude, you're more likely to probably absorb more, because there's so much knowledge that we, as Mr. Keshe said, man's knowledge has reached about 1 grain of all the grains of sand on the beaches of this planet. So we haven't gotten very far, but we're going farther than we ever could imagine.
Yeah, I cannot believe actually how we're going forward. It's amazing.
With the universal knowledge. This is the university of the universe, free education. And of course, you are encouraged to speak back to the teacher. So let's go to our first clip, a little bit about cosmic rays, and then we're going to go to our second clip about the Universal Council making this decision for mankind. So we're about to, depending on what the Universal Council decides, and I think if you're being represented by a Universal Council member, that you could probably contact them and voice your thoughts on this. I don't think that's out of the question. It's not like they represent the nation, and so I don't think it would be bad to contact the Universal Council, because and voice the way you feel, whether the technology should be come out slowly, making cups and water systems and factories, and 1 and 2 people get access to the technology, or we're going to deliver it all at one time. So feel free to contact your Universal Council member. I think the Earth the Earth team and the core team are kind of for the whole planet. But again, I don't have a full understanding of that. But they will also be involved. The Universal Council, the Earth Council, and so on, will be making this decision. So let's go to the first clip about the cosmic radiation or the cosmic rays. And of course, we've been working with this in the boxes, and we've been doing low energy nuclear gravitation, I believe, in these boxes, even though we weren't really fully aware of it. But if we set it the way Mr. Keshe sets it, we get results. As we saw with Giovanni, he was monkey see or monkey do. I like what Mr. Keshe said about that, about building the brain of Naomi. He didn't know what he was doing. He just followed the instructions. And we always hear this, monkey see, monkey do. But now Mr. Keshe says the monkey has to understand what he sees, he can do. I thought that was an interesting addition. I think we're going to hear that in the first clip. And of course, we are replicating the conditions or the process of creation in the universe. So we can copy or replicate. I don't think this is exactly where the knowledge is going. And again, creating these cosmic rays as they are created in the universe through these gases, these interactions. And of course, he went into that, what he was doing with these gas cylinders in different places and the reactors and so on. He was releasing cosmic radiation. So we'll spend 5 minutes here, and then maybe we can have a short discussion.
But our people don't understand the work of the cosmic rays. It's monkey see, monkey does. But monkey has to understand what he sees that he can do. So today's teaching is about cosmic rays. Today's teaching is about the essence of the creation of the rays in the universe. How and where do we go? Because this is the tool we need to become passengers of the universe.
And remember, Mr. Keshe said he's been teaching cosmic rays since day one. I think this is what he meant when he said he put it in front of our noses and nobody saw it.
What does a cosmic ray mean to you? Energy for food. Conversion of energy to strengthen the soul. You need direction of the transportation. You need cosmic ray transportation system to understand. How do I send you from here to the moon? What is the principle behind it? I just target you like a shotgun and that's it, hopefully you land there? Or do we create a new knowledge, new understanding? It's very simple. You go to bed, you go to sleep, you dream of the mother you lost 40 years ago, or the grandfather you never met in life, but you communicate with them. The mother tells you stories about your grandfather or what you're going to do in 2 weeks' time. How and where do you find the soul of the grandma? How and where you know where the soul of the mother is? And where does the mother who died 40 years ago going to tell you what's going to happen in 2 weeks' time, or something is going to happen that in dream come to you, I saw such a thing, mom told me such a thing, and then a few weeks later when it happens, says, oh God, mom knew. That's why I had that dream. So it's important for us to understand how we maintain life without interference in space. How do we give you food on this planet without anything else? In the next few months, it's foreseeable that we will try that if there is a disaster, that we can feed masses through the technology of the cosmic rays. Now you have disasters in different parts of the world. You have refugees that are looking for food. One side, man kills in the name of the religion, building and blowing blocks and killing in tens of hundreds. On the other side, the nature of the interaction of the fields of this planet creates floods, earthquakes, and the rest, and leaves many of you without any shelter, any food, shortage of medicine, and everything else. With the present knowledge, this is where the man is struggling. With the knowledge of the cosmic ray, the guy in the deserts, the guy in the drought-stricken place will not die of hunger, would not die of thirst, would not die of shelter, if how we teach and we create facilities that we send the things you and stuff by aircrafts, drops, United Nations, UNICEF, and every other crooked base with the fields of cosmic rays. We saturate the area. You take from it what you need. But how do we create these radiations? How do we create these conditions? How do we understand one to be the banana, and one to be the aspirin, and one to be the field radiation of what can damage you, and you call it antibiotics to stop the rot of the injury, of the wound. When we did the amputation and transmutation system of growing at all, we didn't see any infection. In a very simple, we use the cosmic rays. We use understanding of the cosmic rays to give to that point, to that spot, what it needs to grow. We create an environment of the growth. The same thing happened in a very, because you couldn't understand, situation with the establishment, rebuilding the brain of Naomi. The containment was made, the skull was there. We just needed to provide the brickwork that the body of the man put the bricks together and rebuild the brain, which was partially lost. Now the secret is very simple, it's open. There is no mystery in understanding the knowledge and the science of the cosmic. And today's teaching, today's sharing of the knowledge as knowledge seekers, we try to open a little gap, a little opening in the knowledge of the cosmic rays.
So a little gap, a little opening in the knowledge of the cosmic rays. So this is a new knowledge, a new understanding, although we've been working with it since day one, he said, but we haven't understood it. What's happening in these, for example, the cup of life? There must be cosmic rays in there, this interactions. So a disaster could be looming on this planet, and the Foundation is going to attempt to feed and provide other things through the cosmic rays. As he said with the toe, we didn't see any infection because we used the cosmic rays. So he has shared it with us from day one, but we've not noticed what he was actually doing. And as I said earlier, this cup of life one, he said it would take man hundreds of years to fully understand it. So are we going to try and make systems and distribute it to everybody and teach everybody and show them how it's done? Or are we just going to have one system in Linz that can feed the entire planet and provide other things? Communication, as I said, wellness, elevation of the soul, shelter, communication, transportation. I think this is the way, and I hope this is the way the Universal Council will decide to go. Anyone want to make any comments? We're on the verge of a very, very huge change. depending, of course, we'll honor whatever the Universal Council's wishes are to move forward. But I think that's what Mr. Keshe was doing with these knowledge seekers who defrauded the foundation. He was trying to roll out in a faster way the technology. Maybe it was for building factories, or maybe it was a plan. But by that falling through, I think it put this option on the table, that now we're just going to release the whole lot of it all at once. And I guess us as knowledge seekers will catch up later, but the ones that need this for food, for shelter, for medicine, and so on will have it. And so won't we. I know he said we'd release it and no one would know it was released. So we'll have to see. Anyone have any comments? Otherwise, we'll continue with this clip and we'll hear about what the decisions are going to be put in front of the Earth Council, Universal Council, and so on. The core team. Any thoughts from anyone? Okay, let's continue this clip, and we're going to take this up to about 40 minutes. And this is what the Universal Council, core team, and so on will be making a decision about the releasing of these systems in its, I want to say totality, but maybe that's not the correct word, but very powerful in many different directions. Even if the team in Linz has only understood 50% of it.
But to understand cosmic rays, we have to understand what man has done in understanding the rays. How do our scientists define these rays? And how can we even make these rays without matter state? Rick, here in the background, and could you please go into Wikipedia and look for the explanation of the X-rays and how do we produce them? We all go to the hospitals. We take X-ray from our body, or we do a series of fast pictures. We call it CT scan. The difference between CT scan and the MRI, as all of you know, is X-ray imaging or magnetic field imaging. Even though magnetic field imaging is X-ray itself, part of the spectrum of the same cosmic ray as is the X-ray. So we capture different part of the same cosmic ray. We develop different technologies for it, and we call it different system. But what is X-ray? What I would like to do today, I'd like you to take the passage of the growth of the knowledge, playing with the X-ray machines as a child, and into the passage of nuclear physicists, and then through it, show you the way to production of cosmic rays. Then those of you who are knowledgeable, those of you who become knowledgeable, those of you who become experts in developing the new world of science will understand. In the next few days, Keshe Foundation will call for a collective meeting of the Universal Council, the Earth Council, and the core team to meet, to make a decision. And that decision made in that meeting will decide the future of the development of the Keshe Foundation space technology. I will be calling on the members of the 3 organizations of the Keshe Foundation to meet as a matter of urgency to decide, does the Keshe Foundation moves with the old system, or does the Keshe Foundation brings totally new initiative in technology and we leave where it is now with those who are involved with it, and we introduce a new technology? It's the responsibility of the Universal Council to make that final decision. But it has to consult with the Earth Council. It has to consult with the core team. in how we implement what we have in the background and all will be. Let me explain to you what the difference will be. For those of you who are members of Universal Council, the Earth Council, and the core team. The decision is the Keshe Foundation will stick and work and develop and invest its time and assets and knowledge in building water resources, building water bottles, building flight system, building all sorts of things for fertilizers, building systems and developing technologies for cleaning environment. Or we set out and start a process of delivering everything through the technology and abandoning the way the man has lived up to. We cannot carry water into space. We cannot carry oxygen into space. Man, in the dimension of physicality of the body of the man, the way it is, will die in a space in milliseconds because there is no oxygen. So that puts a cap on the total understanding. What this means is that the meeting of the council has to decide, and that's why I put it on the table today, where and how we're going to establish human life, human colonies in space and for the present time. Do we set up the production of the water factories to create plasmatic, and the rest of it, and sell it down the line of the shops and introducing people into? And or we create a dimension that you receive all the energies of the water as you need without actually having any water. This is what's going to happen to man in space. Are we delaying the process, or can we bring it in one go? What this will bring for us, what will this bring to the knowledge and the present structure of the man? It most probably diffuses the present economical situation in the world. Political situation will follow the same. Now you understand why a few weeks ago I released the membership of 1 year supporting or doing the annual check and the rest of it. In a way, when we establish that dimension, you are a member. You'll be enriched by the food, by everything else you need for your health through the system. You'll find you have no need for backup of the physical dimension. So you can see we have already brought the setting into it. Do we feed the nations and humanity and support the system? Now, we do not need water. We do not need fertilizers to grow vegetables or seeds, and that then we can use it to abuse each other by pricing and controlling with the hunger and policies, which is ill thoughts. It's the responsibility of the Universal Council and the Earth Council to make that decision where the knowledge and the technology of the Keshe Foundation in coming weeks and days and months will go. Do we carry on with the status quo, or do we bring and release the knowledge, a new knowledge, very much like computers? But with this knowledge, there shall be no hunger. With this knowledge, there'll be nobody will be cold in the North Pole or heat and warm and burning in Sahara, because you'll have these conditions in space. I send you to planet so-and-so, you're on Earth, 40 degrees, 30 degrees, pleasures sitting in beaches of California, and then you land in minus 50 degrees in another point with your bikinis. Would the clothes of the man become a thing of the past, because, as it was said, we close our eyes for our wives and women to be free. We close our eyes not to see, but only allow who we want to see. Manifestation of the physicality or manifestation dimensional energies of the universe. But we have to be able to create these dimensions. We have tentatively understood a little bit of it and we left it. And the scientists cannot think any further. We got stuck with the X-ray. And that comes from the shooting match. But is a shooting match in a matter state energy. What is cosmic ray? Cosmic rays are partially part of the shooting match too, but are plasmas and not matter state condition.
Okay, so he's asking the Universal Council and so on. There is an urgency. And do we continue on in the way we've been continuing on? Or do we go to a totally a new understanding and release a new knowledge? So I think if we were to vote, all of us want to see this delivered now. Again, there's a timing factor, and of course, it's being left up to the Universal Council. I think if I was to make systems and try to distribute it, maybe I'd get an energy system or a small feeding system, but I couldn't do the rest of it. It would be centuries before man actually got to enjoy the technology. So I think he's moving away from the factories, moving away from the service centers or these wellness centers, moving away from the matter state and going completely with cosmic rays or delivering in the dimension of the energy, all of what we need, that everyone on this planet can start enjoying the beauty of this technology. Anyone want to add anything? Otherwise, we're going to go to our next clip here.
So in other words, Mark, it means that we will, because we're receiving all of these cosmic rays and the various different needs will be met, it means that we will also receive the education automatically. We will understand.
Yes, the enlightenment through the fields. Yeah. The team is.
And you really have no.
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying we really have no choice, because if we go too slow, that gives us the opportunity to have mayhem, so to speak.
Yes, if you can deliver it in the field, you can cover a whole city, you can cover a whole country, you can cover the entire planet, rather than trying to sell people a feeding system, a matter state feeding system, even though it's working with fields.
As long as we get the understanding.
The understanding comes through humbleness.
Very interesting.
We're going to hear this, not that you possess, he said, don't be arrogant that you want to possess the knowledge, but search for the knowledge in humbleness, because I don't think you ever really get it. He said something about the creator here.
Well, thanks
so
for that.
This is what's on the table right now. And we may all be able to avail ourselves or take advantage or the offers, what I showed here in the foundation for the nutrition, the energy, the wellness, and so on. This is, I think, the way Mr. Keshe wants to go. Rather than teaching 1 or 2 people or 3 or 4 people, it's going to take quite a while to reach 8 billion. And then would they have the funds to even purchase any of these items? It'll be provided, and at least in the disaster areas, it's going to be, whether it's a flood, an earthquake, a tornado, what have you, it can be provided instantly through the fields with nobody paying anything, and all they need to do is absorb it. The area will be saturated with these fields, and you take what you need. If it's antibiotic, if it's food, if it's shelter. We'll have to see, but I think this is the way the foundation will proceed. So here, Mr. Keshe is talking about one system. We only need one system. Yes, he has us working on things. He said, we're keeping you busy building the UFO while they do work in the background on a much bigger scale that everyone can benefit. But he's just keeping us busy trying to do some research, understand a little more, build the UFO. We can't just be sitting around. Whether we'll ever get there or not, or whether we'll need to get there is another question. But he's keeping us busy and trying to help us and guide us to understand more in developing these systems. So let's go. Anyone else want to add anything? And listen about the humbleness.
Go one step further and understand the teaching of last week and the week before. And go back to the 16th. We took you to see the soul, to become part of the soul of the Creator. This was an easiest job to do for me because, hello, I made man in the image of myself. I have little of me inside you. And so when I need you to elevate, I just need to connect a little of me. It wasn't a big job, was it? Now you understand the technology, the knowledge of creation. I don't care what color you look and where you live in the universe, that little of me, which is the image of my soul, my field strength in you, has connected me to you. And that's why it's so easy when we showed you the graph, we tell you this is the time when a man made this creator. Because now it's balance. And we took your agents with you, which brought you to him in the name of Muhammad, Christ, and the rest of the battlefield. Now you understand the technology behind plasma, behind gas technology, behind the world of creation. I wonder how many of you will come out of the tomorrow session as people you were before you went in. Being in the dimension of emotion, being on the dimension of devotion, being on the dimension of totality to understand the creation. And the minute you claim, I understood it all, you have actually moved further to the point of creation because you understood none of it. The humbler you become, the closer you become to the ground. The more you gather the knowledge of creation, the closer you come to understand nothing about the world of creation as much as is within the Creator. This is part of the process of the teaching, understanding the work of the race, understanding the interaction of the race. I brought this to you in a very simple way in the original work of the Keshe Foundation when you start making the coils, but you all went for the energy. We told you, I grappled with you, I doubted everything I knew. Okay, you're for that. Gas coated with CO2, gas coated with zinc, blah, blah. What for? The metal was that beam of the electrical field, and the gases were the target. You never understood. You cannot comprehend because The monkey is a monkey, it does not matter what frock you put on it. Rock of king does not make a monkey a king. Because there is no intelligence in understanding what the job of a king is. I have taught in every way and possibilities how to make cosmic rays from day one. Rick just read to us that they found a tube like a fluorescent tube and the gases could radiate fields. Hello. Now you understand. Man has to go back, knowledge seekers have to go back to the first teachings and now understand the knowledge in the matter of plasma as a GANs, interaction of the GANs, and not two fields which, as we seen in one of the intros, they come together and make a plasma. These themselves are fields, not rays. They have a soul. They have to have understanding of the totality that mankind in the coming time can move to the next step. And this is what our scientists are building. And this is what our scientists are busy with at this moment. But let's say 50% of the time, they don't even know what they are doing because it's there till they see something and say, oh, but what's the knowledge behind it? What did I miss? I was discussing with the knowledge seekers in the discussion in past 24 hours, 48 hours, that one system from lens is enough to feed the whole of the humanity. Why do we need to make service centers? Our own scientists in our research centers have not understood this yet, have not looked beyond the fence. Then, if you understand that one system in lens can feed you, can elevate your soul, can bring you energy to be warm, can create you communication, transportation, and everything else you need, then you understand that would this now become the next creator? Would we call this the house of God, which God to us is the one who creates everything? Or do we say for the first time that we have understood the process of creation? How long will it take for mankind to go through this process is a man's humbleness in gaining knowledge, not in his arrogance that I have the knowledge. In the calling upon the Universal Council and the Earth Council and the members of the core team in the coming days, mankind has to make a decision that how the scientists of the Keshe Foundation will deliver the technology to humanity without ever anyone knowing.
We're going to continue it on, but here he says how the Keshe Foundation will deliver the technology to humanity without anyone knowing. Would someone like to clarify that? I'm not sure what Mr. Keshe meant there. Any thoughts? We deliver the technology without anyone knowing.
Is he referring to the rest of the, I mean, to the governments and to the countries and that they won't realize what's happening?
Is he talking about the knowledge seekers not knowing?
I'd like to answer that, Mark.
Go right ahead,
I may.
please, help us.
Yeah, he's referring to the time of teaching is over, right? The time where we take the knowledge seekers step by step was long over. And so we don't have time anymore. We have to present the solution because of what's happening around the world. The matter, of course, is of great urgency, knowing what's happening around us with the political and other forces that are, they have plans for humanity, and we need to correspond and address the situation. So we don't have time to just create courses and education material. That's no longer a viable solution. And so we're going to introduce the technology in one go, as he said earlier. And he also said that it's going to be chaotic and tumultuous, but that's part of the course. But there's a way to deal with that as well. And I think if we listen to the entire presentation, the teaching, he has also made that known as well. So in my mind, basically, we don't have time to do everything step by step like we wanted to before. We were doing manufacturing, we're doing development of products. Well, that's great, but now the matter is very urgent, and we're just going to have to unleash the technology in a very, very direct way, in a very, very rapid way. And that's my understanding. Thank you.
Well, how would no one notice? Does he mean the governments wouldn't notice?
Well,
and now nobody notice.
Well, if you go through the normal channels, you make an announcement, you announce production agreements, you sign agreements with manufacturers, with large corporations, you do distribution agreements. There's no time for that anymore. So he means the conventional way basically is when you post a press release saying that there's a memorandum of understanding between the Keshe Foundation and such a distributor. There's a memorandum of understanding between the Keshe Foundation and the governments. That's no longer viable. I mean, we're welcome. I think Mr. Keshe will welcome any kind of agreement, but it looks like they've been standing. They haven't really been doing much. The governments they don't seem to be interested, or something seems to be blocking that. So we're going to be basically doing it without, basically the Universal Council, I think the Earth Council and the core team will make a decision to go ahead. Hopefully, whatever they decide, the Keshe Foundation will deliver. And this is my understanding, is that we're not going to do it the conventional way.
Okay. Through the normal distribution routes, and as he said, building cups and water systems and manufacturing plants and licensing. I guess maybe humanity is getting too close to the edge for comfort and ready to be pushed off. And you're right, Elias, he did say it would create massive problems, but he added a caveat that they could be overcome. So this technology will create massive problems, the release of it, but those problems can be overcome. Anyone else? Or we're going to continue about 10 minutes here. Thank you, Elias. But we're going to continue on trying to build the UFO, trying to make the feeding systems, the energy systems, the communication systems, and so on. But I think it's more or less work it's not wasted work, but to get to that point where LINS is now ready to be rolled out for humanity would take us decades probably to reach this level of understanding. So it's being gifted to us to use without the full understanding at this point.
Life has to become on this planet like the beautiful game. We are all on it. We all kick the ball. We enjoy to see if we can score a goal. But when the game finished, we all celebrated. We enjoyed each other's presence on the field. And that ball was our connection. That ball for man has to be the knowledge. And humanity and the rest of created things that players on the football pitch. No tackles, no pushing. We all play to enjoy the game of life. Now you understand. Now, hopefully, some of you come to understand the position of the man, the position of the technology and what I'm teaching and what has been the purpose of the teaching. We have come to that position that humanity, through the soul of its representative, has to decide the future of humanity. That all are equal, that all have to enjoy, and at the same time, a transition time that the totality can be introduced, that the man goes through this process. Then the next step will come once we've done that, the interaction of the soul of the man with the soul of the universal community, maybe in the dimension of physicality.
Okay, so that's just another step in a series of steps to reach the next step. Mr. Keshe was saying we need to complete this process in a way of cosmic rays, and then the next step will be the introduction to the universal community, and perhaps even in the physicality. Any thoughts or comments? But again, if we had to wait for knowledge seekers or the team in Linz to complete, and maybe hopefully they will complete, maybe that's part of the process. I know Mr. Keshe said if we did it, then it would look like magic coming from the universal community. But if man builds it, then it's a knowledge that we have and that we can use and that we can share. So this is where the team is about halfway there. They don't fully understand, but they understand a lot more than the knowledge seekers. As I understand it, these cosmic rays are continually enlightening them or elevating them. We spend an hour in the system. They're spending every day in the lab and working directly. So we'll have to see how it's rolled out, but we elevate the soul, as Ike put into the, let's see if we can find Ike's wish, which we forwarded this to the Universal Council and Universal Council supporters. Ike said, he made a wish: I give from my soul to the souls of the Universal Council, Earth Council, and core team the courage and strength to decide correctly the choice of adoption and release of new knowledge, the energies of the universe. I am present. Thank you, Ike. That's a very beautiful wish. And that'll probably be brought up on Tuesday in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace.
And also, Mark,
Yes.
you know, the game, the football game,
Mhm.
when everybody is scoring the goal, that's knowledge. It's the knowledge, as I'm hearing, it will
Gail,
come to
can you
us.
start again? Let's see if your connection clears up. It's kind of stretched out like a rubber band.
You hear it now?
No.
I'm,
I'm sorry.
no,
No, it's
now.
No, we're not hearing you,
It's
Gail,
okay.
unfortunately.
I'm just talking about the goal.
Okay, maybe you can come in after and when that connection clears up. I don't know how we'll check
I
that.
wonder why.
There it is.
Because
There-
it doesn't say unstable.
Yeah, it's not stable,
okay.
Gail. Okay. But this is the,
Okay, no problem.
now you just cleared up. Every time I say you're clear and then you start speaking, but try it one more time from the beginning, please, if you could. Gail? Gail? All right, it's a
Can
connection.
you hear me now?
No, not well enough. Well, this is one of the reasons we
I'm
need.
I'm just going to type, look at the chat.
No, we're just hearing a lot of kind of garbled words. Okay, anyone else have any thoughts? So it looks like they're ready, Mr. Keshe is ready to go. And as I said, perhaps this defrauding by the knowledge seekers and the loss of millions of dollars was actually a good thing. Not that we lost money, but now Mr. Keshe says, okay, maybe we don't want to go the way of manufacturing cups and distributing them and going it this way. We're just going to release the whole technology. Ad has put something in here. Mark, what is array? Positive, neutral, negative, going from one point in neutral, neutrino, to the receiver. Remember book 1? Well, as he said, we've been working with them, but we haven't completely understood them. Again, I don't know if it's negative, neutral, or what it is. Van hasn't really defined it very well, and of course, our definition is not up to the understanding of the real work of the universe at this point. Ad, did you want to say anything?
Well, it's difficult to translate it from Dutch to English for me. But you have to remember, from the creator, there was the mother universe, or let's say a black hole. That's nothing material, but still matter comes out of the black hole and creates other universes. That's the same, the ray goes, you don't see it, it don't have a charge, except when it's slowing down, the charge becomes visible. It can be positive, magnetical, or negative, it's going in. So that's the choice we have to make. And if he said what they are creating in Linz, it's a bubble of neutrinos. It's an envelope of non-matter. If you're in that envelope, you can use it to create matter. The same as we do in the lungs. What do we see? Extreme ultraviolet, changing the oxygen by decay by alpha decay into positive to negative and to neutral. The neutral part is the part that the brain needs. It's the part of the creator. So if you can make the bubble big enough, people most likely look around them and see matter, but it's just not the matter that's important. In a way, it's important because we are of matter, but to exist, it doesn't mean you have to be in a matter state. Just think about that.
Thank
That's
you.
all.
And of course, Ad appears in the Dutch group on a weekly basis on Tuesday at 8 p.m. So you can join up with the team in the Netherlands or the Dutch knowledge seekers as well. I know there must be thousands of them. Mr. Keshe has taught around the Netherlands for a long time, but thank you, Ad, for your understanding and sharing it with us. I saw Alex with his mic open. Perhaps he wanted to add something.
Hi, Mark. I just wanted to say that energy is positive. And so the charge has to do with the direction of flow. Back to you.
Okay, great. Yes, we're, again, if the team is only at 50% and they know much more than the knowledge seekers, well, I would say there's probably a few in China, a few in Iran, a few in Mexico, a few in Sweden, perhaps, and Germany and other places where they do have the knowledge. But for the most of us, as Mr. Keshe said, we haven't shown a lot, but there are people that do understand a little bit more than the others. But again, not to be arrogant or anything like that, to seek this knowledge in humbleness, not that you have arrived and you understand it. Otherwise, you move further away from the creator or the creation, as I understood what he said, Mr. Keshe just said. Would anyone else like to add anything else here? And it's beautiful that we're going to provide humanity more than just feeding, more than just energy, more than just wellness. We're talking travel, communication, and so on. And so we'll see as time goes on what the decision will be of the Universal Council. And then the party should start to begin. And again, will you actually get the fish and chips? No. You'll have the energy of the fish and chips. Will you get the physical water? No. You'll have the energy of the water. And this is the way I think the technology is going to be rolled out, rather than going through man's way of doing it through the manufacturing of devices and things. Why go that way when you can deliver instantaneously? And obviously the need is there throughout the world, even if it's not a disaster area. In every country, including the United States, including the UK, there are so many hungry people, so many hungry children. Let's deliver what they need to survive and to enjoy, as he said, this planet. All of us can enjoy this planet equally. And no one's going to take or play with any of these matter state energies of oil or food or whatever you have, fertilizers and so on, creating shortages, not supplying to one, supplying to the other, and so on and so forth. So Mr. Keshe is ready to circumvent this whole matter state operation and what we've been used to. I think Gail is coming back in, and Gianni has just joined us. Gail, do you want to try one more time?
Can you really hear me?
Clearly this time. Keep that connection, lock it in.
I'm hoping. Okay, no, all I was saying in the game of the football, when the football is in the goal, it's the knowledge that we will receive. That's what I was hearing. That's what I was asking about.
The knowledge, the ball is the knowledge, and we're all kicking it without any roughness, without any pushing or anything like that. We're coalescing around this knowledge.
And
we'll
when
see
it goes to the it goes to the goal, you know, when it gets into the goal wherever, then that's when we we kind of win with the knowledge.
No, we're just winning playing the game, the beautiful game, he said. It doesn't matter who makes a goal, who doesn't make a goal. We enjoy the interaction and the beauty of the play. And we congratulate each other.
That's what I aspire. That's what I aspire to, because I hate watching people getting hit on the head and punched and kicked and broken. I want something more beautiful.
Right. And I don't like to see people playing their heart out, but yet one has to lose and one has to win. Why not just enjoy the beauty of the game and create a win-win situation?
Yes,
that no
I
one
agree.
loses. And of course, peace becomes the winner. Anyone else want to add anything else before we go to the Dome of Peace? Okay, this is our Dome of Peace that we create through the releasing of the Gans water, something for our physicality to do. And this is what the example Mr. Keshe gave with the prophets. He said the same way, we're adding energy to them and they take it, and similar to we're adding energies on a regular basis to the soul of this planet to balance and elevate what it needs. So this is the same thing. It's been going on for years, but now we're starting with the prophets, let's say, and you can do that anytime. I'm sure they're more than happy to receive what you can give them. And all of us carry different fields, different strengths, and together, collectively, we're much stronger. So this is the way. You may have the key that one of the prophets needs, or I may have a key, or someone else may have another key, or a field, or an energy that they need. And so we will incorporate this into our Dome of Peace. Because that, Mr. Keshe said, once the religions are ended, this is when we'll really start to see the real peace. Once they take off their crowns or their frocks and so on, we'll start to move forward. And that will only come through the elevation of their prophets. So let's go through this. And again, today is the day where and again, it's every day. You can release Gans waters anytime you like, but collectively we do it on Sundays at noon or 6 p.m. CET time. And that's up to you.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer? With a nice voice. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So again, this was something for our physicality to do, to release the Gans waters, and that's been going on for years. But you can see the similarity of what we're doing with the prophets as well, except we're not releasing waters for the prophets, we're releasing the fields of our own soul, or elevating their soul of physicality. I guess their soul is already perfect, but it's the soul of physicality. And we do remember what Mr. Keshe said, that physicality is a leech in a way on the soul. So let's go to the second step in creating this Dome of Peace. Now, this is where we're moving into the energy understanding, or this understanding of spreading the fields of our souls. And I'm sure there's probably some cosmic rays involved with this as well. But Sweta will read this.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe. Thank you.
Thank you, Shweta. Even though you're not here in the physicality, you're here on the soul level. So we're going to take 5 minutes. And as Mr. Keshe said, no one fails this test. So no one is short when it comes to giving from the soul. And we all have different fields to give. And with all the Ganses and being in the vacuum and interacting, we must be working with some cosmic rays on this level as well. We don't quite understand it. But let's take the 5 minutes of silence for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of the world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth, and also the prophets. Let's add in the prophets. This should become a regular practice of ours until we see a change in the religions and they start walking away. But again, we've been doing this with the Gans waters for years, elevating the soul of the planet. Now we're doing the same process without waters, but expanding the fields of our soul to elevate the soul of physicality of the Buddha, Moses, Muhammad, and Christ. So let me just start here. Thank you for your participation in this. And of course, it's just about 3 or 9 p.m. in Europe, CET time. And of course, the Universal Council has called for us to join at this time daily. It's not in a Telegram or it's not in a Zoom, but it's just you. Even if you're working, you can connect for a minute, for 5 minutes, as long as you'd like. And it's the 9 p.m. CET time daily for the elevation of whoever you'd like to elevate, and including and added on to this list here. So let's take 5 minutes, expand and give, practice. And again, no one fails this test, so you're all successful in it. So let's take the 5 minutes and elevate the prophets along with the rest of humanity, the peace negotiators, the world leaders and the religious leaders that are here on earth at this moment. We'll start now. Thank you all for your participation in bringing the change, and this is the way the Universal Council will begin to work once we understand it more. But you can see the system in Linz is basically what we were doing now, but on a more grander scale, if we could say it that way, where they're giving for feeding, they're giving for wellness, they're giving for communication, they're giving for shelter, giving for elevation of the soul, the energies that can be converted into the elevation of the soul of the man. So please internalize this, keep this with you. We know the Brazilians meet on Wednesday. I believe it's at 6 p.m. Central European time, so you can join them in this elevation. And they also have daily intentions at 1 a.m. CET time. So also feel free for the daily intentions to join them. I think they've been the leaders in this elevation program, and the rest of us have absorbed some of the fields, the PMTICs, let's say, that they're giving off, that we can start to operate in a very similar manner. But this is what it is. When you go into space, you'll be giving and you'll be receiving on the field level. So we should start working on this level now more and more till we really fully understand it. But we're trying to work on the energy dimension rather than so much in the matter state, although nothing wrong with the matter state. Many beauties, many understandings to be shared about the matter state. Okay, I think we're ready for our teaching. We've joined in with the Universal Council for their 9 p.m. elevation. So that was good. And as Mr. Keshe said, together, collectively, we are much stronger than as an individual. So thank you all for participating. Continue to do it, internalize it, ask your soul to become part of it. Obviously, it is part of it, but just to remind you, or if you're too busy, then the soul will take over. As we notice when you drive the car sometimes and you don't remember how you just went 5 miles down the highway and don't remember anything or any of the exits, the soul has taken over, as we understand it, and is actually driving the car for you. So thank you all for helping to bring the change. But this is such an easier way to do it, rather than shoving and pushing and arguing and writing papers and sending telegrams and emails and everything else in the matter state to try to affect the change. It's going to come through the fields. And with all the GANs in us, I would say we have that ability to release cosmic rays as well. We just need to develop it a little bit, a lot. So thank you all again for your participation in these matters. And if Alex is ready to come in, let's just see if we can get a signal from him.
Test 1, 2, 3.
He's ready, willing and able. So let me play the disclaimer for you, Alex, and then we'll go right into your what you have, what you'd like to serve today to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now, of course, we want to welcome Alex from Canada, who spread his fields around this planet and around the Keshe Foundation for a number of years, as other teachers have as well. I noticed Jacko came back in, and if we could, Alex, could we, if Jacko has anything he'd like to add, I know he said he was tied up for an hour and a half. He couldn't access his microphone, but he just came back in, and let's give him an opportunity, if he'd like, to open the mic, if there's anything he wanted to add.
Hello, Mark. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Jacko.
Ciao. Yes, I would like to add what Elias says, and I can follow his thoughts and feelings. And I think we come to a point where the alternative is a bad choice or a small choice. Still, we have to discuss it. We have to see what in the end will be the right path. But if we look around and if we see, just imagine how much it takes to supply all these factories, all these devices for all these people. And yeah, I think we run out of time in the total, but we will see in future. What I also would like to testimony is about the last Friday. It was a very intense session for me. The start was wonderful to connect as usual to all of you knowledge seekers and the Universal Council and the Dome of Peace. And then when Mitra came, it felt different. It felt like more connected together. And when Moses came, first of all, I want to say I had like a disc in the middle. I had my eyes closed. It was dark, not in the room, but in my eyes. And in the middle, there was a disc. And in this disc was like geometric figures. There were faces, but it was dynamic all the time. Sometimes it looked like a globus with the continents on it, but it was constantly changing. And it was in the color like how to say, when the moon is full with Sahara sand, like that color it was. So then Mr. Keshe brought in Moses, and the first thing that came to my mind was ask him how he sees the situation now and how it would be different if he would have delivered all the commandments. And the only thing I felt was love and light. And I asked him if he wants to elevate. And then he brought Jesus in. And with Jesus, it was more intense for me. There was more light sparklings than it was with Moses. They came from the right side, from the downside. And what came to my mind was the commandment, thou shalt not covet his neighbor or his neighbor's wife or his ox or whatever. And the same I offered out of love and light to elevate. Then with Mohammed, it was a little bit slightly lower energy, lower interaction. But in fact, it was the same. I thought about how many people are followers of all of them, but also Mohammed in specific. How many people follow this belief and how important it is to bring them to the right path. So then he came, left side was Moses, left hand side, right hand side was Jesus, and Mohammed came. There was no hand left. So in that moment, there was a purple blanket around us and brought us to one. We were discussing in the teachings and in the meetings before with the Universal Council about this soul of physicality, and how to bring them to this point where they can serve each other. And in this moment, there were two circles coming together. In the middle was a point, and the circles disappeared. There was only the point left. After that happened, I invited all to sit on the table where we as knowledge seekers sit. In this meeting, it was wonderful to feel the oneness, all as equal, not a single one higher and not a single one lower. And it was a wonderful experience to be there, to feel all this. It was strong emotional, but you feel when you're there, this is the way we have to go. This is what we have to go through to bring this change. And as the situation asks for it, Mr. Keshe knows, he knows not one step ahead, he knows 2 or 3 steps ahead. And I think everyone who is in this life with open eyes sees where we're heading to, and that it is not the right direction that we did till now. But all these steps also in the beginning, where we worked on ourselves, there's a reason why that was in the beginning. Because if we balance ourselves, we get in the position to help others. And it is also why it's so important to read the commandments and to understand on both levels. It's always said though, and that means it's not you, it's not me, it's though as one. That means it's on the physical level and on the soul level. And that is what is so important. So we will continue. We were working on a document which will be maybe a little bit compacter, because now the knowledge is spread on so many teachings and levels, and we're trying to get the important things together, so we have a possibility to offer to people to say, okay, if we follow this way, this path, we are on the way to the Creator. Thank you.
Beautiful, Jacko. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, everyone seems to have slightly different experiences. And were you sleeping, Jacko? Were your eyes open? Were you fully conscious of everything that was transpiring, taking place?
I was in a comfortable seat, not completely lying, but a little bit on the backside. And I was not sleeping. I was aware of every single moment. But the condition you're in is like when you're in the system. It's like you don't feel the ground under your feet, and there's no time. I absolutely had no clue what time it was when Mr. Keshe says we go back. And this is something that is exactly the same like when you're in the flight room in Linz. So the fields are the same, the work is the same. And that's the beauty.
Beautiful. Very beautiful. Thank you, Jacko.
Thank you.
I know Alex had written something in the chat as well. I don't know if you are wanting to, Alex, to share your experience. Was that without the headphones? You had quite an experience, I think, as well.
Yes, I did, Mark, and it was very different. I think in some ways I shortchanged myself because towards the latter part I accidentally turned off the microphone, but maybe I became part of a different experiment.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I've heard mentioned several times was that the reactions aren't always immediate.
Correct.
And, I'm in the process of trying to recognize that and figure out what's going on right now. But I know at the time, the one thing that I couldn't understand, and it was causing me a lot of conflict, was the background noise. I found it overwhelming and quite discomforting. And so it caused me to focus even more on trying to maintain a stability. And I achieved that. And although we weren't supposed to have any preconceptions, as part of the trip, that there were a few things that I was hoping to achieve because it was predominant for me, and in many ways, within the last 48 hours, there has been a change in regard to that, but a lot of that pertains to the physicality. And as the relief of that situation comes to bear, then it opens up the plasma reality, and this is kind of falls in line with the kind of messages that I have been trying to put forward, through all of these classes. So I see that many of the knowledge seekers are taking advantage and racing way ahead, and that is so gratifying. So this is very important for all of us, because the more leaders that we have, the easier it is for this transformation that we're going to be going through. So that's just a very brief synopsis of that, but it's an ongoing process.
Yes, it made a difference. He said everyone who came in is different than, in other words, they came out differently than they went in. And it could be in the dimension of emotions. We mentioned this earlier, in the dimension of devotion, and the dimension of totality to understand the creation. So it's all a unique experience for each and every one of us. You're the captain of your own ship in so many ways. So it was, I think it was a beautiful experience. I'm going to try to attend each and every one. And as Mr. Keshe said, he's working on the wounded bird, so to speak, or the damaged bird, let's say. So that will be even more powerful when we continue this process. So thank you, Alex and Jacko, for sharing that. And we, of course, welcome you with open arms, Alex, for whatever you have to deliver today, because there's knowledge, I think, in every aspect of what we can see. As Mr. Keshe opened the reincarnation of the workshop before, he could open it further and further and further, but that was enough for that time and place, because he has taught on this before, this reincarnation. But let's see what Alex has for us. We welcome you, Alex, again with open arms. Thank you so much for your service to the community.
Thank you very much, Mark. And I want to thank all the members of the panel for allowing me to present. This is a very important event for me every Sunday. This is a public teaching, and so that has its own set of challenges, because we are trying to follow through on the teachings of Marin Keshe, and he's the father of modern plasma science, and as such is the messenger for peace, because that's how things work, and it brings all of us together from so many different continents, and that's what makes this meeting in particular so very powerful. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're at the intermediate inner space level. The discussion today has to do with adaptation. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It's January 22nd, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. To connect with the basic inner space series, we try to understand our inner space of our environment and how that affects us. But we have to understand that we have an inner space environment. And so what we want to look at cannot be just exclusive with respect to our inner space, but any inner space comes into action. So the primary focal point has been last week with the three amigos as part of this intermediate inner space series. And the reason for that is because we have now come to the point of what does it mean to adapt? And today's subject is adaptation. And so many questions arrive from that, such as adapt what to what and where to where, and what does it mean to adapt? And is it a gracious adaptation or is it a force-fed? And so we have to look at, how things are done in outer space. And that becomes our first problem because we don't know where outer space really is. And we're still looking for outer space. We say we've been in space, but that's just a nebulous space. We have to identify specifically which space. And so we find that in general context, when we look at the book number 1, The Universal Order of Creations of Matter, we're not specifying the space. But what we are specifying is that plasma reality. And then when we look at book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, we see the connection of the soul and the creation of the soul and how it interacts and how it has a sister soul. And then we see that here is a relationship. And we're still not specifying where. And then we have this book number 2, which is the structure of the light. And that is the link between the source and the soul. And we find that it is also the link between the soul and the source. And our link, the way we see that, is that sentimental pie in the sky. And so for simplicity, we say, well, that's our place on earth. But the first part of that sentence is our place. Our place is our man space. But then we find within our man space that we have this physicality, but we also have this inner space and we have this soul space. So we have a lot of spaces with respect to this man space. And when we discuss our space, we find that we really have to take into account our environmental space, which of course is our target, the Earth space. And not just any place on Earth space, but specifically, and each of us came to a specific bullseye. And generically speaking, we're in the biosphere range, which is at the surface of the Earth's crust, at the bottom of the level of the atmosphere. So kind of in the middle between the moon space and the core space of the Earth space. And the reason we're there is because it offers us a tremendous amount of gravitational stability. So when life is for learning, and the question is, what do we want to learn? And so we find that what we've been told as children and reinforced through our adulthood is a certain kind of knowledge. And now we've exceeded that because we find that we have to take other things into account. So in other words, what we've been taught is a small scheme. And we have to enlarge our scheme. And in order to enlarge that scheme, then we say, well, how big is that scheme? Well, I don't know. How big is large? That's a good question, isn't it? So because we've never specified which space, let's just define plasma as a kind of energy state. We're not saying where this energy state is, it's just a kind of energy state. And within this plasma energy state, there are different kinds of energy states as well. And so this all depends on our point of view. And our point of view has been primarily from the Earth space point of view. But we all know that there is an inner space, although we don't seem to have a map of the inner space the way we have a map of our Earth space. And so this becomes a problem when we're looking for the gateway to the outer space. And because this affects our life, this affects our society, this affects our planet, in fact, this affects everything that we do, and it is so important. And a lot of us don't seem to realize how important that is. So the conclusion then becomes, if important is not important, well, then really nothing is important. And so that becomes a kind of depressing way to look at things. And we see that that is a malicious way to construct that point of view. So we have to look at the plasma rules, and we see that the energy states can increase or decrease by at least an order of magnitude. One moment, please. Thank you. I just want to reiterate that we have over 6,000 hours of teaching, and we probably have penetrated less than 5% of the world's population with respect to this knowledge. So every day we are challenged, and how do we transfer this knowledge to the new people without boring the old people? And when I say the old people, I'm talking about the mature students. So maturity and age are mutually exclusive. It all has to do with energy transfer. And so knowledge is part of that. And we find that the higher energy states feed the lower energy states. And as these energy state changes, they can go up or down. And if they go up, we call that creation. But if they go down, they call that decay. And seeing as our gravitation, if you will, to the lowest energy level being the Earth space level, and our position in our man space within that Earth space. So in fact, that becomes the lowest of the lowest. So we get away with calling it natural decay. But it's not really decay, it's a creation. It's a form of creation. We need to have respect for that, because this energy has come here from another type of transfer, which is catalytic, and we see that in the sun, where the sun can provide this energy and not get consumed. That's what catalytic means. And so we find that not only when we transfer the energy from state to state, but in the transfer state in the higher states, that is transferred by many orders of magnitude also. So the transfer rate changes. And that's one of the things we really want to talk about from now on, because we have some barriers. And these are not plasma barriers. These are physical barriers that we've created in our Earth space. The plasma barriers are a different thing. The plasma barriers are a definition of a field. And so with that field, it has to decide whether it absorbs that energy or it repels that energy. And the reason it has to do that is to maintain its integrity. And how can you maintain integrity in a world that doesn't have integrity? A world that fakes sincerity. And so you find that the universe doesn't operate that way, because it has its own integrity, it has its own ethos, and the plasma is bound to that ethos. And so when we say bound, does it mean that it's confined, imprisoned? No, it's attached to it. The plasma isn't just attached to it, it has adapted to the ethos of the universe. And why is that? And that has to do with the fact that the plasma energy is positive. So you can't give nothing. You always have to give something. And so something has to be something as opposed to something else. And so one of the ways that something can be something is to manifest itself in a field. And so why do we have to have this field? Because it implies boundaries, doesn't it? And that is because energy is always in motion. And so to capture this energy, we have to create this field. And so we have to give it a track, kind of a, shall we say, a racetrack. Here, follow this track, and then we can manifest. And then to decide, where is this track going to be? And this is the point of the discussion today, because we have to have a relationship. So the strength of the field has to have a relationship with the strength of another field. And when we compare the strengths of these fields, then we can have this relationship, and then we can decide how these energy state changes can transcend. And now we also find out that we can transcend multiple energy states. There is no rule that says you have to go step by step. So we see that the Earth space is a kind of energy state, and it is bound to the ethos of the universe. Because quite honestly, Earth space can do very, very well without man space. So why does it keep calling us? And so what are we doing? So when we look at the basic feeding dimensions, we have to take into account minimum 2. And then when we get the result, that's the feedback. But we don't lose anything in the process, because we have one field dimension, we have a second field dimension, and we have a third feedback field dimension. We have the 3 dimensions. And we're none of those dimensions. And so when we look at the man space, it has these 3 fields. When we look at the Earth space, it has these 3 fields. What is the relationship between the man space and the Earth space? And if we understand that, then we can substitute the Earth space for any space. And frankly, likewise, we can substitute the man space for any space. So then we understand the principles of any space being a feeding dimension and any space being a feedback dimension. And since we're none of those dimensions, we're of a different dimension, now we understand how we can go from space to space. And we have many things that have proven that. But there are some things that we need to work out. So first thing is there's a reality dimension. And so when we look at outer space, that's not a place. Outer space is a method of energy transfer. And since energy is always in motion, that means it's moving from one place to another, or in other words, transferring. And so that becomes our fundamental understanding of the creation of the universe, because the universe itself exists from energy. And because it's energy, it has to be positive. So the charge has to do with the direction of the motion. And energy is always in motion. And so it can stay within itself, as seen on the cover of book number 1. But we have of itself 3 different energy states: dark matter, antimatter, and plasma matter. And so if it's in combination, then it has to go to another field, which has to have these 3 states of dark matter, antimatter, and plasma matter. but there's a physical matter. There's no difference. It's just matter. And so what does count is how we can turn on and turn off this feeding, how we can increase or decrease the strength. And in that process, we can either enhance or diminish so as to affect the positioning. Understand that significance is not a criteria. So fundamentally, when these two forces come together, they in themselves are a field. And when they come together, they create another field. This is the universal harvesting process. And in that process, we realize self-enhancement. But there's a flaw on this planet where our self-enhancement is at the expense of others. This is what we call loose harvesting. It creates a burden on the thief, because the thief, with that which he's stolen, becomes his burden. And so that burden becomes that manifestation point. The universe does not work in a burdening way. The universe works in a plasmatic symbiosis where the PM takes the X-rays, the gamma rays, these are all giving. And as such, there's a manifestation. We're just not specifying where exactly that manifestation is. And so let's try and pinpoint that. And one of the things that we can look at is the core component of the PM ticks. And we find that the PM ticks and the electron have the same magnetical characteristic, but they are convergence of three different energy states. And then if we take that electron, we find that it is also a part of the atom, which is an electron and a proton combination. So in terms of a relationship, we could say that the PM ticks are magnetical and the rays are gravitational, because the rays seem to have this atomic structure. But are they? Are they physical or are they plasmatic? Well, we didn't say that, did we? We didn't specify. And do we have to specify? Well, not really, because we have choices, and we can look at the only choice as the obvious choice as being that physical choice, and that physical choice being that feeding choice of energy binding. But we do that at the expense of others. And so we find that when we lie, cheat, and steal, and deceive, and double cross, we close the gateway to the outer space, because this is violating universal laws. So it prevents us from transcending the limitations of nuclear science, which has imposed a limitation with respect to the speed of light. But that is not specific enough, because it's the speed of light on Earth space. But not only, it's the speed of light on man space. But not only, it's the speed of light in solar system space. So distance doesn't matter. Ethics, morality, compassion, and courage, and the sum total of those, which are the creation, have brought together man space and Earth space. These are the substructures of our construct, which in our near term is restricted to physicality, but it's not restricted to physicality. It's restricted in our interpretation of what we're seeing, because all what we're seeing is the flash or the glow or the glitter. And then we say, well, Jesus is profitable. That automatically means that we're either accounting for something or discounting for something. And so in that process, we either create a blast or we create a bountifulness. We're having trouble creating this bountifulness. So maybe what we have or what we've created is a genetic defect. Well, did we create this genetic defect, or did we adapt this genetic defect? Because this is what we're talking about, is this adaptation. And in terms of an earthbound adaptation, we have been trained and educated to look at the physicality of the body. And so we know that there's a soul somewhere, and so this soul is a representation of the physicality of the body. So we can see that there's a physical soul of the man and a physical soul of the body. Well, that's if you're just looking at the physical destination state. But the physical destination state has a characteristic which is unique, and that's the delay in consequences. And so too many of us interpret this delay in consequences as saying, well, there's no consequences. So we see in the dynamic field, the plasma field, there's a different kind of adaptation. And so we see the universal soul of the man and the universal soul of the body and how it operates. And there's this dynamic transfer state. And it's instantaneous. Where is this transfer state? So we see that, well, we have a supragranular layer around our head, but we have another part of our body, in fact, multiple parts of the body, in fact, multiple organs within the body, and these are all adaptations. And so we are capable of doing multi-level adaptations. And I think the women in the audience will agree that they are better at doing this than men are. Because the women are more receptive to the emotional construct. And they don't treat it as a weakness. So a woman who's crying, that would be a normal emotional reaction. And if a man is crying, well, that's a sign of weakness. So to compensate for that sign of weakness, we have to have a sign of physicality. And I think clearly we can see that there's a lot of men who don't have this strength in their physicality. So when we look at these different energy states, we see that this is in addition to the soul of the body state and the soul of the man state. And so we found that part of our man space last week was these 3 plasma amigos. And these are all in the plasma state. And so collectively, these 3 work together to manifest this physical state. And so these are all part of the skills that we have to learn. And then we have to figure out how do we do this, and how do we learn? And then we can see that, well, the universe is trying to teach us because there are relationship patterns. And so not only is there a pattern between the sun and the earth, and I think we understand that, but there's a pattern between our sister universe and our universe, of which we are just a tiny spot in that universe. But when we see those relationships and understand that the soul of man feeds the soul of the body, then we understand that this pattern of relationships transcends different levels. The pattern repeats itself at different levels. So these are just some of the levels. Which level are we talking about? Well, if we're looking at the three amigos, we say, okay, well, there's a soul of the man, the soul of the body, and the physical body. And we can say, okay, well, there's the brain, there's the heart, and there's the reproductive system. Okay, well, that's pretty basic. And so then we find, well, the home of the soul of the man is at the brain level. That's one level. That's one energy state. And then we find that the home of the soul of the body, well, that's at the heart level. That's a different energy state. And then we have the home of our generation and our regeneration. That's the reproduction level, and it is a different energy state. And it is the lowest energy state. Then we found that we have the cellular level. The cellular level has the home of the souls of the cells. And the emotion travels through these cells and it transcends all of these levels. So where is the home of the emotion? Where exactly is that? Can you pinpoint that? So because that affects the rate of change, you see. So we all know the story of the camel, you know, how it brought its head in the tent, then brought its front legs, and then eventually it took over the tent. Or we know the story of the boiling water and the frog. That's where the frog's in the water, and then we raise the temperature of the water slowly to the boiling point, and the frog doesn't realize that the water temperature is changing because he's adapting in the process until he gets to the point where he can no longer adapt. Then, of course, there's the story of that drip method where you just drip very slowly. And if you continue to drip in the same spot, even you can erode a stone. So all of these methods and these stories affect the rate of change. It's like a construction project. So we're talking about adaptation. We're talking about adaptation. And so there was another story that affected us all, and that's the story of the Great Flood. So that's a lot of water. And we have to decide in the presence of water, if the water is dripping or if the water is flooding, are we going to adapt with a paddle or are we going to adapt with an umbrella? Or are we going to break the chain? And what chain is that? That's the chain that connects us to the inner space. And so we've seen the success of the flight simulation series where we've sent people into various space of their own choosing, and they came back. The point is they came and went safely. And so this they did by coming back to nature. And then we were also able to do this collectively. And so these are the connections that allow us to break these chains. So we find that when we are dealing with the physical reality, that is the lowest energy state. And when we're dealing with our physical reality within that physical reality, that's the lowest of the lowest energy states. But that is not a criticism. That is not a condemnation. It's a method of feeding. The higher energy feeds the lower energy. So if we remember our stacker systems, the thing that we find in these stacker systems is that the higher energy feeds the lower energy, but it doesn't discriminate. It feeds all the lower energies and continuously. So there's always a relationship, higher to lower. And then how much is the feeding done? Well, we have to determine that. And so we have to look at the stability. And so going from the stacker unit to the cup of the universe, which kind of is the map of the brain, if you will, we find that there's a lot of consistency, which is good. There's a lot of gravitational stability. That's very good. But there's a lot of variables that have to be taken into account. And these variables are within the body of man space. But not only, because there are other variables that are independent of man space. So if this is becoming too complicated to understand, then you have to really stand up and give a standing ovation to the soul of the body that is orchestrating 73 trillion cells, going through each and every one of them some kind of variability independently and in a well-organized manner. We have taken a couple of elements and produced carbon dioxide GANs, zinc GANs, and copper GANs. And so we think we understand the chemistry, but then we see that things are moving around and we just don't seem to understand how the energy works so that these things move around. So we have to understand that the motion inside our cups of life have to do with the giving and taking of energy. Because what we're looking at with respect to this GANs inside this cup is one reference point. What we have to understand that it is that space within Earth space. That's a second reference point. But there's another reference point because there's a man space who made this GANs space on Earth space. Each of those is an independent variable. And so we can take our physical inventory and say, okay, well, we have copper, zinc, carbon. And we can look at the connections and we can see that, you know, again, carbon, zinc, iron, and carbon. Or we can look at the chemical inventory and we say, okay, well, there's salt water, which is composed of sodium and chlorine and water. And so something is happening inside there. So we can look at it as a chemistry and just do the inventory of that. But that doesn't answer the questions. When you put all this together, you find that all of these elements are also part of the chemistry. And so You have the elements, the components, you have the wires, you have the coils, you have the plates, and you have the medium, the environment. And so now we're taking more things into account. That still doesn't explain all what we've done is we've just identified Earth space details, the elementary elements. And that's the problem with these elementary elements. They're elementary, they're very basic, and it doesn't explain how life works. Because each of these has an inner space. And we know that because each of these has a spectrum. And so that spectrum is a representation of their inner space. And that inner space has to be a feeding radiance. And to be able to give that feeding radiance, there has to have a positive inner space. And where did that positive inner space come from? So there must have been a feeding radiance to that inner space. And this is where two forces come together to create another. And so this continues. And at some point it becomes a maggrav condition, and it has to maintain a gravitational stability. And so that gravitational stability is dependent on the balance between the feeding radiance and the feedback radiance. This affects the inner space stability of that inner space field. And so when we look at the souls in the cells, or the cell soul, we see that they are referred to the transcription between the RNA and the DNA, but there's an undifferentiated energy state, and then there's a differentiated energy state. And so the welcome state is the healthy cells, but there's an unwelcome state, the unhealthy cells. Well, how can unhealthy cells be unwelcome? Unhealthy cells within you had to be welcomed by you. So the rule really is that nothing anyone says or does can affect you unless you allow it. Ooh. This is the communication. And so we find that there's an intracellular communication. That means there's an outside field, there's an inside field, and there's an intermediary field. And so the healthy cells are functioning properly, but the cancer is a disruption of this communication. And then we can have cell-to-cell communication, which is intracellular communication. And again, when that communication is done properly, then there's a healthy situation. But if it's not, if there's a disruption, then that becomes a cancer. So is this disruption an adaptation? Well, it's interesting because in the realm of the cancer, it doesn't necessarily mean that all the cells around it are cancerous. In a group of cells, it could be that one of these cells is cancerous. It's also possible that a group of one bunch of cells and a group of another bunch of cells could have this connection of a disruption. A connection of a disruption. Can you imagine that? Well, how can you have a connection of a disruption if a disruption is a disruption of connections. So we have a connection between the healthy cells, and we have a connection between the unhealthy cells. And how do we know that? And that's because tumors grow. Is it? Or is the feedback function overwhelmed by the feeding function? And what are we feeding if we're not feeding plasma energy? It has to be plasma energy. And so this becomes a psychosomatic communication. And we know that because we have an inner space spectrum that's come from this feeding radiance, the RNA. And we're all different. There's 8 billion of us on this planet. We all have our own flavor. And that flavor was derived from the sharing of the adaptation that is derived from the sharing of the adaptation of the universal energies. In other words, each ray comes through a different path, and as such, learns from that experience. The learning is the adaptation. And so we could say that that's an RNA modification at the soul level. So at the physical level, we have this DNA modification because that's a sharing adaptation of the earth space energies. And it's through the DNA that we feed back. So what does that mean? If our feedback based on earth space creates the physicality that we see, by changing the space, would we not change the feedback? So there's a possibility that if we change from Earth space, say, to another space, you know, for instance, Mars space, would we look the same? Could we look the same? How would we adapt? Can we adapt? Do we have enough gracefulness or time to adapt? Well, it's interesting that we've had over 12,000 years to adapt to Earth space, and we're still having trouble understanding what we see. And so really what we're seeing is a reflection, because it's manifest in its physicality, and what we don't see is the emission, because the emission is on a plasma basis. So when we're looking at blue genes, they're not blue genes, they're every other color except blue, because that's the color they don't absorb. You are what you give your time and attention to, and you are the energy that you absorb. And you know that because when you were born with a certain kind of personality, certain kind of physicality, certain kind of emotional structure, and we were all different. And you manifested into the physicality. So we have this adaptation confusion, because adaptation is not disruption. Adaptation is not alteration. Adaptation is enduring. And the adaptation is also reversible. So when we're looking at DNA modification or RNA modification, we find there's a reason for that. And so you don't have to be a scientist to figure out that minus 10 degrees in October in Canada, you need 3 sweaters and a heavy winter coat. And minus 10 degrees in February in Canada, you're in your t-shirt. So over those 4 months, you have adapted to the temperature change. And if the temperature were suddenly to increase in February, what they call an early spring thaw, and let's say it went from minus 10 degrees to plus 10 degrees, you would be very hot. So you don't have the luxury of 4 months to adapt to that rate of change. That rate of change would be so sudden, so fast, that you would be uncomfortable. And so the rate of change has to be taken into context. And do we have the ability to facilitate a rapid rate of change? So if we are changing based on our physical feedback, then we should be able to adapt instantaneously. But there's a delay in consequences in the physical feedback, you see. So if we are feeding from the plasmatic level, by the time we get this feedback from the physical, we are still feeding the notion that it's very cold. And so our feeding is cold, but our feedback is saying, whoa, it's a lot warmer today than it was yesterday. And so that rate of change exceeds the rate of adaptation. And then furthermore, is it reversible? Well, yeah, as the seasons change, where we thought, well, minus 10 degrees in February is very warm, or plus 10 degrees is very warm, we find that in the summer, plus 10 degrees would be very cold. It could be July, plus 10 degrees, you'd be putting on a sweater and maybe a coat as well. So the thing is, we are able to adapt to the changing of the seasons. So whatever we adapted to is reversible. This is a very important point, because when the higher energy feeds the lower energy, we find that if we depend on the feedback, we are working at the lowest energy level. And so this is a realization that we have to come to bear. So we can't just look at the RNA, and we can't just look at the DNA, and we can't just look at the soul, and we can't just look at the soul of the body. We have to look at the soul of the cells, because the soul of the cells are the home of our emotion. And the emotion plays a hugely significant part in our gene structure. So when we're looking at the 3 amigos, we're looking at the wrong 3 amigos, because it's not just the soul of the earth and the soul of the earth body. There has to be a soul of the emotion of the earth body that interacts in between the physical earth body, because the physical earth body has different seasons at different times in different locations. And sometimes it's hot and sometimes it's cold. And sometimes it's dry and sometimes it's wet. And so what that means is that there is an earth space, we recognize that, but there's an inner space which affects that. And then that's earth space. So earth space has to interact with man space. But earth space was here before us. So it has to interact with the sun space. But not only, it has to interact with Venus space, Mars space, Jupiter space, and the solar system space. And it has to do this instantaneously, and it cannot do that exclusively through inner space. Because the inner space is strictly an interaction between the physical space and the plasmatic space. So which space is it? So when we look at the Earth, we see the concentric fields where we have the core space in the center, and we have the biosphere range where we live, and then we have the peace stone. These three all work together. And so that explains why in our physicality, we have two rotating hemispheres rotating in opposite directions, but we have a gravitational stability. That gravitational stability is what manifests our physicality. And so the Earth only rotates in one direction with respect to our physicality. And so now we understand that we also have to have this gravitational stability. And so if we see that the Earth can rotate, but it can't walk, but we can walk, but we can't rotate for the purpose of walking. So where is our stability? And which way do we create this stability in terms of rotation? And so we find that our position between the plasma state of the Earth and the physical state of the Earth is our position. And our position is manifest in that physical point between those two. But not only, because we have our points of reference as well, because these points of reference affect our gravitational stability. So what we need is a gravitational stability of the man space, in the gravitational stability of the earth space, in the gravitational stability of the universe, which we see operates under a different set of rules without the delay and consequences that we have on this planet. And so when we look at all of the spaces within our fields of reference, we find that none of these are outer space. There's always a space, some kind of space. It's a moon space, there's a sun space, there's this in-between space. But no place is outer space, because outer space is not a place, because this includes all the spaces. And so there's a space that we have not been including. And that's the whole purpose of the plasma teachings, because what we're seeing is that when we have this balance of magnetical gravitational field forces, that's non-visible. And so the scientific community has only been looking at what is visible and discussing the conservation of energy. Whereas the spiritual community, they seem to discuss the spirit. It's non-visible, but they give it a physical construct, an idolatry, some kind of reference, be it a statue, be it a building. So the plasma science needs to combine these two knowledge together and create this third knowledge, the plasma science knowledge. And how do we do this? At what rate of change do we do this? It's taken us over 12,000 years to get here. So there are new babies born every day. They seem to cross this vanishing point that we have between our verification point and our validation point that transmutes us to this point of existence. This happens every day. So there is a connection between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality that is instantaneous. It doesn't take 12,000 years. And so we look at the fundamental principle of the twinity and we say, okay, well, so there's a relationship between the electron's magnetic field and the proton's magnetic field. And they work together to form this atomic marriage of the electron-proton combination. But we see that 2 is not the answer. It's more than 2. So we see the 3 amigos and how they work with the soul of the earth body and the physical earth body. And we do that through the peace dome, biosphere dome, and the core dome, none of which are physical. So the manifestation of the physical earth body has its own 3 dimensions of plasmatic construction. The soul of the earth body, the soul of the biosphere, the soul of the core. And so now we understand how we've resolved this anomaly where we were seeking gravitational stability of concentric fields. So our cells operate with respect to this gravitational stability of concentric fields, which allows this field rotation, but man space has an added capability, a unique characteristic, and that is that we are able to transcend the various energy states. And so when we look at the breakdown of the energy transfer, we can see the star formation that's created between the neutron and the atomic residue of the neutron, which is the electron proton. And the residue becomes the release of the PM ticks. This forms a construct. And now that you have this construct, you have this enhanced field. And that's only one field. And so this field is emitting to other fields and is absorbing energy from other fields and is also working within its own field. It's working within itself to give and take from itself to maintain its maggrav condition. And this is all done at light speed. But because we didn't specify the environment, then we can't specify the light, the speed of the light. But what we do know is that we can transcend from a plasmatic spectrum to a physicality spectrum, which is what we call the covalent bond. But that is just a transcendence through the reality dimension. So somehow, not only can we go from the physical spectrum to the plasmatic spectrum, and not only can we go from the plasmatic spectrum to the physical spectrum, but we can also change the environment. That's another dimension. And so this all follows the basic plasma feeding rules of the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, and is all based on the magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion, which we call magnetical or gravitational, or in simple terms, feeding and a feedback relationship. So it's always energy in motion, and energy is always positive. So that gives it the gravitational stability, and then the decision making, which way are we going to transcend these reality dimensions? Which direction are we going to go? But there's always a preference. And so that preference has to interact with other preferences. So we find that in order for us to maintain our gravitational stability, the inner space feeding is magnetical and the inner space feedback is gravitational. And so these relationships have to align themselves to facilitate this. And so they can go in, around, and through. And so this is all the basics. We started with book number 1. The principal matter comes as feeding and convergence into this plasmagen matter. And that's the gravitational stability of the maggrav. And it interacts with another field, which also has a gravitational stability. And so when those two fields interact, we call that inertia. And that has a gravitational stability. And we know that because we've been able to transcend these various dimensions here on Earth by creating transparent glass and physical GANs and transparent fields within the GANs, within the transparent water, within the transparent air. And we've seen all these things work together. And each one is feeding, and each one is feeding back. So we see how important the cups of life are because there's a reference. There's a reference to our emotional construct, and there's a connection. So we have the CO2 connection, and then there's our physicality, which is the calcium and the copper. And we have this emotional construct, which is the zinc. And then we have these interactions with our feeding from the RNA and DNA, and our feedback from the adaptation to the environment. The amino acid then becomes that connection, and the environment is the water, where in the gaseous state it's our atmosphere, and in the solid state it manifests itself into the periodic table of elements, and this all follows the same principles of magnetical gravitational fields, which have a home for the soul. And so when we look at the cup of motion, cup of physicality, and the cup of the soul and how that interacts, which is the cup of inertia, that's the field of adaptation. And then with what? Well, in our case, it's the cup of the earth. So now we know how the stacker unit is created, and now we know how the universal cup is created. So we see that each field individually and each field collectively has the same characteristic, the magnetical gravitational field forces and the soul. And so all of these are created the same way as our Earth, as our man space, as our sun space. And these are all following binding energy paths. So you provide the path and you provide the energy for that path, and you will get a construct. That's one way to do it. Because when you have that construct, you can absorb energy and attract more energy and absorb more energy. And then in order to absorb more energy, you have to give the energy. So there's an emission, there's a repulsion, and this is all done magnetically. But there's an easier way. Because there's energy that just passes right on through. And that is the delay in consequences that we have. So we find that our maggrav feeding dimension is incomplete. Because that's the pattern that we've created. Or that's the pattern that we've adapted to. If you create the pattern, you will get the energy. Can we modify the pattern? So if we understand the dynamic plasma relationship between our inner space point and our inner space field, and how it transmits in and around and through, and then we find that it's being fed to us by our sun space field, and it has an inner space that is feeding us. And then we find that we're not the only field. There are other fields. You know, when you look at all the bricks in the wall, each one's a brick, but collectively they're a wall. So where do we stand on this environmental modification, which is what we're talking about right now? So the thing is it predictable? Well, we know that the seasons change. So there's a summer and the winter, and then so we can predict that. We can predict rain, and we can predict snow. But we can also predict a flood. And if that flood is to wipe out humanity, then that's not a prediction. That's premeditated. It's a violation of man's space. There are various ways to violate man's space. Because there's an emotional relationship that goes along with this violation. So it's a violation, let's say, between man's space and some other space. But what is man's space? It's a combination of all the effects of the inner space, the three amigos of inner space versus this physical space. But this physical space has an inner space as well. So therefore, we could say that it's some space, inner space. Yeah, it could be my space, it could be your space, versus some space, physical space. Yeah, I'm here in Canada, Mark there in the US. Or it could be the inner space versus the outer space. Or is it our space transmuting to some other space? These are all modifications and adaptations. And it's all a two-way street, because energy is always in motion, and the path on the street is a path of equality. So you are the governor of the path of your space through this reality dimension. And you become part of the feeding radiance and contribute to the feedback radiance. And this is the dynamic plasma reaction. And so we have this uniqueness where we can have an extra type of manifestation, what we call this physicality. The difference between tangibility and non-tangibility, the difference between visibility and non-visibility, the difference between a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. And the connection thereof is the emotion of presence. And we know that it's there because we always have a form artifact of that. And so it's an artifact of energy and motion at that particular manifestation point. And so whatever that point is a point between the launch field and including the launch field, and between the target field and including the target field. Any point. And so our point of view with respect to this plasma dimension is to understand that there's a physical and a plasmatic feeding and a feedback. And if the higher strength feeds the lower strength, then you have to ask yourself, which dominant matter state are you? And are we feeding the gene modifications, or are we feeding the genetic feeding of the universe? Are we in fact becoming a common defect denominator. And so when we look at the stacker unit, we have to understand how the energy is flowing. So it isn't just the feeding, there is a feedback. And it isn't just within the stacker, it's within our environment of the earth. And it isn't just the environment of the earth, it's the environment of the people around. We all interact, we all create a condition, and we all have to adapt, and we all have to do this equally. It's just that we have a new characteristic which has been around for thousands of years, but it's a new characteristic because it has to do with the materialization and therefore the dematerialization capability of not only man space, but earth space and all of the universe. And to be able to transcend these various points, to go from that transparency point to this manifestation point. And we can do that through physicality. We can do that through inner space. The physicality being the lowest energy level, the inner space being of a higher energy level. But can we do that through outer space? Well, the answer is obviously yes, we can. However, we just don't seem to be able to practice it enough to be able to do it on demand, except for the fact that we know that the soul of the man, that's the essential you, is already on its own interacting between the plasmagen state and the mattergen state, both of which are plasmatic. And we know that the soul of the body, which is the surrogate you, that is interacting between the plasmagen state and the environment state, which is the ordinary small m matter state. Okay, so that is already ongoing. And so we know that there's a transmutation process between all of these various states. And it includes our cells. Our cells are part of our physicality, but our cells are also a product of the manifestation that is going on between the soul of the man and the soul of the body. And so the soul of the cells is the third amigo. And so we find that we just don't know where that home is, because the emotion affects us on our brain level. The emotion obviously affects us on our heart level, but we see now that that's not exclusive. And the emotion, of course, affects us on the reproduction level. And so we see that that's not exclusive either. And so therefore, when we look at the peace stone, that's affected emotionally as well. And not exclusively by us, but by the earth as well. And not exclusively there either, because we have to take more into account. We have to take into account the laws of the universe. So this is the universe made as opposed to the man-made. And there's a gravitational stability in that regard. And so when you look at the amount of instability versus the amount of stability in the universe, we find that this instability kind of gravitates to this little tiny red dot in the universe that we call Earth. And yet, here we are in this biosphere. They already understand this call of freedom and emancipation, and they're doing this peacefully because the universe is emotionally normal. And so man is in an existential adaptation crisis. We have to default to the harvest of the plasma emotional energy of the plasma universe, the same way that the vertical people are doing. They are our teachers. And so we find that all of this is interacting with the rest of the universe. So if we are having transmission defects, then we are transmitting these emotional defects into other places. How long do we continue doing this? We are already the inner space radio station. How long do we continue broadcasting these emotional defects? Because in our pursuit of happiness, we can only conclude that we're a launch field failure because we have never launched a rocket into outer space. And wherever space that we came from, via outer space, we prefer the bountifulness of Earth space as opposed to Mars space. Okay, because that we did on a dynamic plasma level. And that dimension is of a higher energy state than the physical state. And as such, we gave it a feedback. And through that, a decision was made. And the proof of concept is that we were born. And we were born with a sentimentality for Earth. We preferred Earth as opposed to Mars. And we did it using a certain kind of system. And because we can't explain it or don't want to explain it, we have to understand that that is an outer space system. Because we don't know how we got here, but we sure did get here. And so now that we're here, we understand that, you know, our soul is here as part of our inner space, and our physicality is sharing the Earth space. But are we only halfway there, or is it not the halfway point? It's just another point on the destination points. And so why is this different? Why can they come here and we come here as babies and then we grow into adults? What is the purpose of this growth? What is the purpose of this delay in consequences? Life is for learning. And so in the process of growing, we are learning. This bridge of physicality to this plasma reality and back again, we have to understand that we have to cross over this inner space peace bridge. That's the only way we can get from here to there. So in other words, our adaptation on this planet is dependent on our adaptation to the adaptation of our existence on this planet. And we've been doing it a certain way for 12,000 years. And would you say that if we've been doing it wrong for that long, that we are comfortable? This is where the plasma science meets the soul of man. It is done for the purpose of peace, because that's the ticket. That's the feeding that gives us all food security. It's that food security that comes from the plasma feeding of equality. We are all equal. If some are more equal than others, then we can't have any security. It's the security that gives us that gravitational stability. What rate of change are we going to adopt? Because now we're in the post-December 16th, 2022 era, where we understand that there's a transmutation space that has brought us to this bountiful space and has done it very gracefully. Can we continue to do this gracefully, or do we have to do this with the other problems that we have on this earth? So this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're calling all Earth Space Patriots. What we need is peace. What the universe is asking for is peace. So we have to adapt to that. Use the World Peace Treaty as a form of adaptation, where you can sign it with a pen and with your soul and with your emotion. And these are all overlapping fields of life that are free from boundaries or abuse. Because whichever space it is, it's constantly broadcasting to the universal community. So you have to figure out what it is that you're going to broadcast. So in our earthbound reality, we have a physical and emotional gravitational transformation that we have to go through to not only maintain this stability, but to elevate our energy states so that we can make this connection, which we call transmutation, between that transparency point and that manifestation point. And how quickly do we adapt? And how quickly do we gain this awareness? So this awareness and adaptation is an inner space emotional construct. And this connects us all equally to the universal broadcast of the inner space of freedom. This natural adaptation today conflicts with man's morality. So plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. Welcome to the outer space age. And this is the end of the lesson. Thank you all for joining me on this trip. I hope you had a good time. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alex, for sharing all your spaces or your understanding about these spaces. Outer space, inner space, man space, earth space. But when you got to my space, for some reason, I thought of Facebook. But I think that was what it originally started as, MySpace, didn't it?
I guess.
But thank you. Thank you so much for sharing all these understandings. And we have a ways to go, but we're growing into the knowledge, each one at different rates and speeds. And someday we'll be catching up with you, Alex. Hopefully we'll be sharing more and teaching you. As Mr. Keshe said, there's no leaders, we lead each other.
No. Don't worry about catching up to me. What you have to worry about is how the others can catch up to us.
I think it's all in the plan. It's all in the plan. If you'd like to take a break for a moment, hopefully people have written down a question or two, which has been our normal practice here. When you started, Dennis had said he was there as well. Dennis, we'd like to hear from you. If you'd like to share your experience in the system or in the conference that we had on Friday. I know you sent me something, but I'm not sure what you sent me. Would you be willing to share your experience with us, all of us? I know you wrote it in the chat. I was there too, like the last time. I can feel fields around my physical body, but no more than that in the matter state. No lights, visions, or alike. I hope I'm contributing in some way to the better of the creation on this planet anyway. I wished I would have have some contact with Jesus, but nothing I can remember. Well, everyone has changed by being in that conference. As Mr. Keshe said, perhaps on the emotional level, perhaps on other levels. Or the devotion level, maybe you've become more devoted to the foundation, to your existence. I'm not sure what he meant by devotion to sharing, perhaps. Or you may see a difference in the dimension of totality to understand the creation. Every one of us had a different experience. And of course, Mr. Keshe was sort of operating in the background in a way, and he doesn't always tell us what he's doing or what he's testing for. But he is perfecting the system, and we'll all be able to benefit from that. So Dennis, again, would you like to add something to that? You definitely added to the profits if you were giving. As Mr. Keshe said, when we first started to do this with Lintz, he said, no one fails this test. I'll handle the physicality and you practice on the soul level or the energy level. So we thank you for what you did add. Okay, would anyone like to pose a question for Alex? While they're thinking about that, Alex, I just would like to read what Azar posted a bit ago. And again, it has something to do with nothingness and empty space. I'll just read the first couple of sentences. Maybe you'd like to comment on it. Perhaps you've already read it. The nothingness is where...
Hello. Sorry.
No, go right ahead.
Hello, Mark.
Okay, Elizabeth.
Hello, Mark.
Yes, go
Yes.
right ahead.
I don't have a question, but Mr. Keshe, I talked with Mr. Keshe last Friday, January 20, about the shared experience the many people give us during the experience. Maybe share now.
Oh, so,
and maybe Anna, Arlenka, or John translator.
Sure. Alex, are you okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Please go right. There's some feedback on your system, Elizabeth. Lizzie.
Yes, I know. I give, oh my goodness, I give you now one picture, but maybe you share the screen because it's not better when the all or the other things share.
Oh, okay, you're going to send in Telegram?
Yeah, in Telegram now. Merck.
I'm just looking for you.
Oh my God, say nothing. Many people say, oh, okay, no. I know, I don't give you, sorry. Because the Telegram all the time says me not share any messages for many people in the groups too. Okay. Oh, one moment, because we have recorded.
Getting that feedback.
Yes, but I need put it this. Okay, recorded. And our Lenka, John.
Hello, hola.
Sure. They're welcome to share. Oh, hello, Alenka.
Hello, Mark. Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you.
Lizzie, I think you have an open mic. There's an open mic. There's two mics open or something. We're getting a feedback. We want to clearly hear what Alenka or anyone else who's speaking.
Maybe. Okay, one moment.
That's
maybe
better. That's better already. Something happened. Okay.
Maybe now.
Okay, so Alenka, you had an experience last Friday you'd like to share, perhaps? Something about...
No, I'm here to translate Lisbeth.
Okay.
No, Mark, because I recorded, but very slowly maybe. Maybe it's
John?
very slowly.
Yeah,
No, my recorded is very
tenés
slowly.
un problema en tu sistema ahí que nos volvés locos.
John will
No, es que
translate
lo tengo
for us.
grabado, John.
She's
Pero lo
driving
quería
us
poner
nuts
de un
with
lado
that,
al otro.
that noise.
Okay, let's close our eyes to that noise.
Yeah, but it'll blow up some system or other if you don't watch out.
Okay, can we try, John? Or all right.
Yes, fine, but what's the idea? To translate what?
I think she wants to share something about the experience she had. And Alenka was going to translate. She dropped out. She's coming back in. So there's a little bit of yeah, here we are. Thank you, Lissy.
¿Quieres traducir tú, John?
Tú, para ti eres mucho más fácil. A mí me complica porque yo normalmente no traduzco. Es un idioma o el otro.
Okay.
Creo que a vos te cuesta mucho menos. Gracias.
Okay, Alenka, está grabado. Vamos a ver si se lo...
A ver si se escucha.
Sí. Vuelvo a empezar.
Muy fuerte con los profetas, con Moisés, con Mahoma, con Jesús, pero principalmente sintió que estábamos muy unidos como una sola alma también.
¿Escuchaste? ¿Puedes
No,
traducir?
se escucha muy bien. Sí, por momentos sí se escucha y por otro momento como que se baja el volumen.
Entonces, mira, voy a ponerlo y no lo voy a detener, ¿ok?
Dijo que estaba muy contenta, estuvo muy...
Lisbeth, el problema es que hay una reverberancia.
Pero
Es
en
un
el mío no.
problema de feedback en inglés, reverberancia en español.
Pero yo me salí del otro para evitar el feedback.
Sí, bueno, pero hay algo ahí que lo está ocasionando.
No se escucha bien.
No, es que lo estaba grabando y a nosotros nos hicieron poner los auriculares al otro lado, entonces lo que logré grabar mientras hablaba es lo único que se escucha. Vamos a ver el que sigue, a ver si se escucha mejor, ¿ok?
Mr. dice que cuando pidió que viniéramos allá, no fue solo emocionalmente que llegamos, que él sintió y los sistemas muestran que todos llegamos allí.
¿Puedes ir traduciendo o lo dejo completo?
Ahí se escucha mejor.
Entonces, ¿traduces?
Sí, si quieres empezar.
Ok, ¿regreso?
Sí, por favor.
Pues dice que cuando él nos pidió que viniéramos,
Que se
When
cierra.
Mr. asked us to come here,
solo emocionalmente que digamos que él sintió y los sistemas muestran que todos llegamos allí, que nos direccionaron sobre todo a la unidad de la izquierda.
that we should go in direction of the left.
Y no solo emocional, ¿no?
Ah, esa parte no la entendí.
Mostrar posiblemente
Elizabeth, tú lo puedes
a
traducir.
la unidad de la izquierda y que puede demostrar y lo va a mostrar posiblemente próximamente. Quizá en la sesión de buscadores de conocimiento va a mostrarnos lo que sucedió porque no fue solo
And he will show us what happened in the knowledge seekers meeting.
Se sintió la energía que fue medida, ustedes ya saben, a 20 kilómetros de allí. Y eso
Because the energy could be felt at 20 kilometers away.
Muy pronto vamos a poder transmutar físicamente, porque ha sido un gran salto en este momento.
And very soon we will be able to to do it, participating in it, because it has been a great jump.
La tecnología, y agradecemos todos por eso. Estuvimos allí, todos estuvimos allí. Gracias.
In the technology, we were all there.
Ok, vamos a ver este otro.
Ángeles, una pregunta, ¿qué pasa con los que no vieron la luz? Él dice que puede pasar y más adelante pueden verla o durante la
Ahí
semana.
sí no se escuchó, solamente que como que alguien hizo una pregunta. Somebody made a question and he was going to answer it later. Eso.
Ok, voy a repetirlo, ¿ok?
¿Qué pasa con los que no vieron la luz? Él dice que pueden pasar y más adelante pueden verla o durante la semana o más adelante.
Realmente no le escucho muy bien, Lisbeth.
¿Qué pasa con los que no ven la luz?
Me cuesta mucho entonces hilar entre las pocas cosas que escucho.
Ok, entonces yo voy diciéndote en español. Que una persona preguntó que qué pasa con los que no veían la luz y dijo que posiblemente la próxima semana o más adelante van a ir viendo esto.
Okay. Mr. Keshe asked, somebody asked what would happen, what was happening with the people who could not see the light. And then Mr. Keshe answered that later on, as they are practicing more, they would be able to do it. Adelante, Liz.
Vamos a ver este. Es que los grabé a medida que les iba traduciendo, grabé, pero no todo se escuchó. Déjame ver este.
El primer gráfico que se ve es antes de entrar Mitra, se vio el cambio cuando Mitra.
¿Escuchaste? El primer gráfico muestra antes de entrar Mitra y después, esa parte la va a explicar él en el próximo, por eso no muestro la imagen, porque él va a hacerlo en el workshop.
He was talking that in the next graphic where he shows Mitra, he is going to be explaining that picture on the next meeting.
Yes, the next Knowledge Seekers workshop, he said he would go into some of these graphs in more detail.
Sí, por eso no muestro el gráfico, pero muestro la diferencia de cuando entró Mitra y su hija a todos los momentos en que estuvimos cada uno.
And for this reason, I am not showing the graphics and the pictures, because he was talking about the moment in which Mitra and her daughter, or his daughter, came into the session.
Lo que sí recuerdo es que las frecuencias fueron, cuando fue Cristo fue 13.
What I do remember is that the frequency when Christ appeared was 13.
Mitra 25.
And Mitra, well, 25.
Mahoma 15.
Mahoma was 15.
Y Mr. Keshe 17.
And Mr. Keshe showed a frequency of 17.
Dice que realmente tendríamos que tener estas frecuencias para en algún momento decir que si nos conectamos, cuando la conexión es total con ellos, seguramente habremos alcanzado una de estas frecuencias.
And when we reach any of these frequencies, then the connection will be total with them.
Ok, otra experiencia, estoy escuchando acá.
I am listening to another experience also.
So Mitra was a 25 and Mr. Keshe was a 17?
Yes.
We know who wears the pants in that family, don't we? No. Obviously, he's elevating his lover.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Otra persona aquí está expresando que sintió mucha paz, que fue muy intenso.
Somebody else here is expressing that that he felt or she felt peaceful and that it was very intense.
Y ella dice que ella vio al futuro y vio mucha paz.
And she said that she could see the future and that it was very peaceful.
Beautiful.
Otra persona dice que ya antes había estado presente y que casi de inmediato cuando se conectó se hizo presente también allí en Linz.
Another person said that when he or she connected, that he felt that the presence of himself in Linz. And the
Ella
second time happened the same.
se sintió dentro de una unidad y cuando Mr. Keshe dijo que llegó Mitra, ella sintió la presencia entre las dos unidades.
She felt that she was entering a unit, and when Mr. Keshe talked about Mitra that was present, then she felt the presence of Mitra in between the two units.
Esta misma persona dice que cuando pidieron la conexión de Cristo la sintió muy fuerte, pero que con Mahoma y Moisés también sintió conexión, pero no con la misma fuerza.
And this person also felt that when they talked about the connection with Christ, it was very, very strong. And when she felt the connection with Mahoma and ¿quién era el otro?
Y Moisés.
And Moses, that the connection was not so intense.
Que todo el tiempo, como esta persona ya había venido la primera vez a Linz, todo el tiempo estuvo allí dentro, se sintió allí dentro.
And as this person had been already before at Linz, then she felt all the time that she was inside.
Ok. Aquí hay algo que pasó y no fui la única persona, que a mí personalmente también me ha pasado.
There is something here that happened, and it happened not only to me.
Creo que nos pasó a varios, aunque a ella le pasó fue al comienzo que el micrófono no encendía, no activaba. A mí me pasó durante, nunca supe que el micrófono estaba apagado hasta el final.
And this person didn't know that she had the microphone shut down, and it happened also to other people.
Creo que yo dijo que Alex también le vio el micrófono apagado y Alex tampoco lo sabía.
Alex also had the same experience.
But I had some technical data here. If you go to your picture on Zoom and look at settings and audio, there you can regulate the level of the gain of your microphone. The best thing when these meetings is to cut the automatic adjustment on the microphone volume and put it halfway, then it won't saturate or pick up any weak noise. Yeah.
No, pero mira, antes de continuar, porque es bien importante lo que ella expresó, yo tenía, desde el comienzo pongo el teléfono a un lado, porque si lo tengo en las manos, la primera vez no pude concentrar.
From the very beginning, I placed my cell phone on my side.
Y no lo toco más, porque yo debo estar traduciendo y estar concentrada, no lo toqué más. Pero hubo un momento en que empecé a... I'm so sorry. Oh.
And I don't touch it because I have to be concentrated translating.
Pero llegó un momento en que veía que yo empezaba a hablar y otra persona empezaba a hablar y yo decía, es que no me oyen, pero yo no iba a buscar el teléfono porque estábamos en lo que estábamos.
But at some moment, I started talking and somebody else also started talking. And I thought that what was happening, because then nobody would be listening to me.
Pero ya cuando terminamos que iba a compartir las experiencias, me cambié la posición del auricular porque nos lo hicieron poner a la derecha, ¿verdad? Y el micrófono quedaba prácticamente hacia atrás, así que lo cambié para las experiencias y fue donde vi que el micrófono estaba apagado.
And when the experiences started, the sharing of experiences started, I moved my cell phone to the left to listen, to better listening to it. And then I noticed that the microphone was shut down.
Yeah. Pero lo importante aquí de esta experiencia es que ella empezó, el micrófono no lograba encenderlo, entonces ella se comunicó con el Magrab.
The important thing about this experience was that she, as she was not being able to communicate, then she started communicating herself with the Magrab.
Y entonces el micrófono se le encendió, ya ella pudo entrar pudo entrar en la experiencia, sintió mucha paz, comunicó con todos ustedes.
And then the microphone turned on, and then she could participate of the experience with the other people. And she felt very peaceful.
I know
Otra persona.
Jacko put in the chat that Mario explained at the German teaching that the foundation is working on a headphone where there is no microphone needed. That will be the solution to the noise.
Eso estaba explicando Mr. Keshe, que no vamos a necesitar muy pronto ni celulares y solo los auriculares, sí, estaba diciendo. Vamos ahorita, bueno, acá hay otra experiencia, pero I'm sorry, go, I'm so sorry.
That's what Mr. Keshe had been explaining, that they are working on some new system with just the headphones, in which there would be no noise.
No
Distracting.
necesitamos más celulares. Antes de que se me pase, muy importante que me imagino que quizá ya lo comentaron y no lo escuché. Mr. Keshe nos dijo que esta fue la comunicación fue con un nuevo sistema.
Mr. Keshe said that this was a new way, with a new system of communications.
Pero que estaba a los mismos 20 kilómetros igual que la anterior, pero esta vez no se comunicaron por celular en ningún momento con el sistema.
And as the same, and as the previous one, it was 20 kilometers away, but this time they did not connect to the system.
Eso, ¿recuerdas, Mark, que él lo explicó, no? Y es muy diferente al anterior.
Yes, I do. That was one of the major discoveries or findings, or what they were testing, that there was no physical or wireless connection, I guess, in the matter state to the laboratory, and they were getting beautiful communication.
¿Entendiste, Lisbeth?
Sí.
Okay.
Ok, esta es otra experiencia, creo que es de una niña brasilera. Yo no explicaba quién era porque trataba de acortar, ¿no? Lo más conciso posible.
There is another experience which was from a Brazilian girl.
Mira, ella dice que cuando comenzó, ella empezó a sentir mucho dolor en el cerebro, sentía como una gota le cayera encima.
She said that when all the experience started, that she felt that her brain was aching, it was in pain, and she felt as if a water drop was falling on it.
Y que le fue desapareciendo lentamente y ya empezó a sentir un poco de paz. Cuando le pidieron que se comunicara con Moisés, ella lo visualizó.
and the pain started fading away. And when she was asked to communicate with Moses, then, adelante.
Lo vio primero en una nube negra, pero entonces ella se enfocó en él y despacio, despacio fue saliendo de esa nube negra y fue quedando más claramente más brillante.
At the beginning, she saw Moses as if he was in a black cloud. And slowly, as she fixed her attention on him, she started seeing that it was becoming clearer and clearer until it became a white cloud. Adelante.
Dice que a medida que iba saliendo, si no estoy mal, fue en esta experiencia, ella veía que todos sus antepasados se iban acercando.
And as she
Entonces,
was coming out of the experience, she saw that all her ancestors were coming forward.
porque digamos que son creyentes de esta doctrina.
Because they believe in that doctrine, in this doctrine.
Ya voy, princesa. Entonces ella lo tomó, cuando él estaba saliendo así, ella lo tomó de la mano y lo subió a una plataforma. Y
And
luego hizo,
when he was coming out, he took him by the hand and they went over a platform.
lo mismo hizo con Mahoma, que estaban sentados ambos, ¿no? Y los tomó de la mano y los llevó a una plataforma.
And the same thing she did with Mahoma and took them both by the hand and took them over to the platform.
Y lo mismo hizo con Cristo, solo que Cristo no estaba sentado, sino si Cristo estaba parado.
And the same thing she did with Christ, but Christ was not sitting down, but was standing up.
Algo que bueno, seguramente Mr. que nos va a ampliar. Él comentó que recibió una llamada de la persona que se va a transmutar, ¿no? La primera persona que se va a transmutar.
And Mr. Keshe also commented to us that he received a call from the person that will be going through the transmutation.
A ver, que la estoy escuchando.
I'm listening to it.
Sintió mucha alegría, mucha paz.
Felt
en algún momento sintió que se despegaba.
Very happy and peaceful, and felt as if he was detaching from him.
Él sintió que temblaba y se movía mucho y sintió que se acercó como con mucha fuerza, se acercó, pero no pudo salir totalmente.
He felt that he was trembling and he wanted to go out, but he could not completely get out.
Pero él dice que sintió que no pudo llegar totalmente, pero sabe que se está trabajando en esto y siente que muy pronto se va a poder concretar. Y Mr. Keshe él piensa también eso.
And he felt that he could not really connect completely, but he feels that he will be able to do it soon.
Ok, la chica anterior no fue la que conectó con los antepasados. Es esta otra chica con la que vamos a hablar, que cuando le pidieron que conectara con Moisés, ella se conectó con Moisés y con toda su familia de antepasados.
The previous girl that we talked about was not the one that connected with that saw her ancestors. It was this girl that when she connected with Moses, then she started seeing her ancestors coming over forward to her.
Entonces, pero fue cuando le pidieron que se uniera a Moisés, que empezó a ver cómo toda su familia se iba uniendo, y de alguna manera veía como que se fueran iluminando para elevarse.
But it was until she was asked to connect to Moses, it was then that she saw that the ancestors were coming forward towards Moses. and she saw how her ancestors were elevating their souls and becoming enlightened.
Bueno, yo creo que este comentario es general. La mayoría sentimos y los que expresaban sentíamos mucha paz, mucha tranquilidad y definitivamente cuando nos pedíamos que nos uniéramos como una sola alma, se vio igual que la primera vez esa unión y con los profetas también. Asumo que cada uno desde su misión fue que se enfocó.
And this comment is not only from myself, but also from almost of the persons that were present, that they felt very peaceful and they felt that they were connecting not only with with Moses or Christ, but also with their ancestors, and that they were coming also to elevate themselves, their souls.
Hay persona que dice que cuando él estuvo en Linz,
and here is someone that talked about when he was in Linz.
Él dice que alcanzó a ver a Mr. Keshe cuando estaba como en la primera unidad, en la unidad de la derecha.
He said that he could see Mr. Keshe when he was in the unit that was to the right.
Y dice que lo alcanzó a ver y lo vio muy iluminado, pero que después vio como las tres unidades, como alrededor de las tres unidades había como una especie de bruma blanca, como brumoso, como una nube.
And he saw Mr. Keshe that he was enlightened, and the 3 units, around the 3 units, there was something like a fog around them.
Pero creo que fue él el que explicó que él vio unas luces como muy fuertes y era como si estuvieran esperando a alguien y luego se fueron bajando esas luces, pero que la sensación que él tuvo de esa luz era que estaban esperando a alguien.
And then there was one person that says that he saw some very bright lights, and he had the sensation that these lights were like expecting someone, and then they started fading away. Adelante.
Bueno, estoy mirando a ver si hay algo más, porque es que, bueno, ya algunas otras aclaraciones que hacía Mr. Keshe. No, creo que en líneas generales ya las impresiones de alguna manera fueron como muy colectivas. Todos más o menos.
The experiences were more or less the same as a collective.
Porque todos sentimos tranquilidad, tenemos paz, unión y definitivamente seguimos esperando o estamos visionando que todo esto se está concretando, que paso a paso lo que Mr. Keshe nos estaba diciendo, de alguna manera.
We all felt a great calmness, and we feel that what Mr. Keshe has talked to us about will become a reality.
Okay, thank you. Gracias a todos por.
Bonito, gracias.
To everyone, thank you.
Yeah, for unifying your souls with that technology, with the knowledge of the Creator and the cosmic rays, and for intent elevate the soul of the prophets, the past and the present too. Thank you so much.
Right, and we must continue this process. As Mr. Keshe indicated, this is not just a one-off time, but he used the example of the plasma waters that we're releasing to elevate the soul of this planet to a peaceful condition, and we're doing the same with the prophets.
Yes, it's no magic. Yes, continue work. Yes, thank you so much.
Beautiful. That were many testimonies. Yes, Mr. Keshe said he would be going into more detail this Thursday, so join us in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Alex, I just put the screen up so we could again just broadcast this offer by the foundation. So if you'd like to take the screen back, please do.
No, just leave it the way it is. You're doing great.
Okay. I'm not doing anything though. I'm just listening. John?
Mark, can I talk on the technical side?
Of course.
Yeah, the best thing when we have these meetings like on Friday is go to a picture on Zoom, open the settings and go to audio. And there you got the AGC of the microphone. You neutralize or put the automatic gain control of the microphone off and put the gain of the microphone halfway, so we don't have these problems of noises in the background or whatever.
Okay, you'll have to show us that in one of the other classes, John, but I think your suggestion is correct.
Yeah, you can do it while I'm speaking, because you go to the Zoom main page, you click on your picture or on the top left, right, you go down to settings and you open that up, you go to audio and you got the volume of your speakers that you regulate normally. And then the microphone is normally automatically regulated. It says automatic adjust microphone volume. If you turn that off, you get rid of the AGC, which is called automatic gain control. And you put the gain of your microphone halfway on 50%. Anybody can listen to you, but you won't overwhelm or get mixed with anything else.
I think that's an
Then you
excellent point.
You
Yes.
go back when you go to the normal Zoom meetings, you turn the automatic adjustment microphone volume again.
Very good. I'm going to have to learn this, or you'll show us in one of the other classes.
Mark,
Yes, Joseph.
on the other hand, we have to have a look at our speaker systems. Some of us have a microphone and external speaker system. If the speakers are too loud, so the microphone takes up the speakers, and we have also some big disturbances sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah, but we were asked to use earphones. I used a very good headphone, so don't know how. If you use a headphone, you don't get that problem. But as you say, if you use speakers, sometimes they infiltrate into your microphone. Yeah.
Right. I think this problem is going to be eliminated in the near future. There'll be a different way of approaching this, as we heard from Jacko that they're developing a system without the headphone.
Yeah, well, but they said we may have to buy this headset.
Yes.
Imagine having to produce 300 or 100, 400 headsets. That would be quite a big problem, and sending them over. And
let's see what's in mind exactly. Again, these may be plasmatic headphones delivered by the cosmic rays, cosmic radiation. We'll have to see if they can deliver the energy, the wellness, the communication, and so on. They certainly could deliver the headphone and the water. Don't forget about the water. Okay.
The nice thing about the water is you don't have to have a physical water.
That's
The
it.
field provided. It's amazing.
The same with the oxygen when you go to the moon. I mean, he said there wouldn't be any oxygen there, so we'd come into a demise condition unless we go into the dimension of the cosmic rays or cosmic fields. And that's what he said in the flight system as well. There would be no need for food. There'd be no need for doctors or no need for medicine.
You won't need any monkey suits either.
Yes. As I said, I did like that, what he said about monkey see, monkey do. That the monkey has to understand what he sees he can do.
Good evening, Marcus. Dean here. Can I interject a little bit?
Could we ask Tony? I think he opened the mic just before you did, Dean, and then you'll follow Tony. Unless that was an inadvertent opening, Tony.
Yeah.
Would you like to share something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to tell you about my presence during the meeting.
Sure.
First, Mr. Keshe said to us that we should take the soul of man and then we should take the soul of physicality and combine them so make one soul of these boats.
Okay.
This would be very, very new thing that have not made till last Friday, and I made it, and then the first thing was to meet the participants, all the participants, and to make one soul of all participants.
Yeah, make one soul out of humanity.
No, participants. I think just the participants, but not the whole humanity. Not the whole humanity. Maybe I was wrong.
Yeah, that's coming in the future if we haven't done it already.
But I made it like he said, and it was a great feeling. Great feeling. Everything was a bright color, and this is in the site, he told us that we should see light flashes.
Yes.
And all the light flashes came. And
you made the connection.
Yeah. And after the meeting, he told us that just in this time, Mitra and her child was in the meeting, and I felt 100%, 100% pure. I cannot tell you was another thing. And then in the next session came Moses and Christ and Mohammed, and he told us that we should teach them what we think, what we I teach them love, pure love, and the Moses was enlightened, and the next was Christ. It was also enlightened, and the last was Mohammed. He was not so enlightened, but he was light around the sun. If you see the sun, and the verse was in the border of the sun was light, and next session was that we meet our friends again, and was yeah, can not say what happened. It happened like bright visual, bright light visual, and then he said that we will meet in Linz, and I felt it was going to Linz, and then it was over. As Mr. Keshe said, that was it. Yeah.
Sounds like you were sharing that unconditional love you received from Anita. Please say hello to Anita from all of us.
Yeah.
Anita is Tony's wife. Thank you, Tony, for sharing. Dean? Are you still with Dean? Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Tony, for enlightening us with that beautiful knowledge you just shared. I'd just like to share with you guys, so I wasn't one of the participants in this experience. However, some of the things that Jacko said earlier on, and I'm sure many of you already know this, that I experienced, first of all, I led down, and I had a blanket over me. I knew I was going to get cold.
I thought you said you were going to have a flat tire or something, and you said you had to let down. Okay, go ahead, please.
No, so I let down, and I had this it's got like flowers or something on it. It's dark. It's like a mauve, purpley sort of blanket. I put around me. I had many experiences. Very similar, in fact, more intense, I would say. In fact, it was more intense than when I was in as a participant before.
Wow.
I had the same experiences through my body went very cold on my legs, down the back of my legs. I had this very same experience when I was a participant. But I also experienced this time, because I didn't have the noise. It was just, and I didn't have a microphone open. I wasn't connected to, I tried to connect, but I couldn't connect through. So I was literally just myself and just present when you guys were having this experience. So I was having the experience totally not connected, if you say, but connected on a soul level.
I was just going to say, you're connected. Yes.
Yeah. I experienced many multidimensional aspects. It seemed like normally when I sleep, I don't remember my dreams at all. I've said this many times before. I'm not sure I was asleep, but I definitely experienced many sort of fractal
images,
element coming through, images, creations. I experienced many different images and pictures of different people and places, and it seemed like I was sharing experiences with many. And there were times when this sort of the pictures suddenly went, and then the more of the colors and the multi-dimensional aspect of it sort of came through I don't know, I can't describe it, in other dimensions, sort of thing, if that's the right way to describe it. But I definitely had an experience. I thought I'd just share that with you. And I don't know what was said in the meeting. I don't know if I hadn't listened tonight, I wouldn't have known what was spoken or what Mr. Keshe said. So I'm just sharing from a complete standpoint of what I experienced through just being present. From the moment that it started to take place, I led down and just knew from the past experience how long it would take to settle in and what was going on. But fairly quickly, I got because I sort of focused into that aspect of being present. I definitely experienced something. And I was very also, I listened to Mario's teaching earlier on in the morning, and I definitely got somebody was doing something there, probably elevating or something. And I definitely got sort of zonked out on that one towards the end. And then when I joined in again at the other one at 12 o'clock, I was in the zone very quickly. And part of this, part of it, I definitely felt part of it, that's for sure. However, if I don't know if I explained it totally, but I definitely felt part of it. So there's an experience for you, Mark.
Beautiful. Yes, we're all going to, again, we're doing this collectively, but we're also having individual experiences. For example, someone else saw Christ. I didn't see Christ. And they didn't see Moses, and I saw Moses. So again, I don't know exactly what's going on in there, but it's a beautiful process we're partaking in. I don't understand it all, but I think we'll grow into it again. And as you said, Dean, we won't need the headphones. We won't even need the system eventually. I think it'll be an on-demand as needed.
Yeah, I think just going from my own experience, it's just being present. It's like much of the knowledge that's been shared and everything we've all spoken about and we all know about. It's the plasma. It's being present in the moment, and then these transmutations, these however you want to describe it, they are taking place. You have, each and every one of us has the ability to be part of it if you a very specific moment when it's taking place, and you just tap in, as we've spoken about many times. The colors and the things that I experienced and the depth of it was something. Yes, it's been a little while now, so it's not that the memories are fading, but it's just it's not. That's obviously as intense in my thoughts right now as it was when I was experiencing it.
Mm-hmm.
But there was definitely it felt very dimensional and very it's hard to describe. And there were very many different aspects of interactions. It wasn't just one specific thing. It was a constant flow of many different things. And as I said, I don't usually experience these sort of interactions that rapidly. I don't usually see images like that, even though I've been a photographer my whole life. When I use my eyes, my physical eyes, I know exactly what to do to take a picture very quickly and do a visual. when I visualize something, I don't do it with an image in my thoughts. That no images come forward. It's just I just instantly know. And in this instance, I connected, and I had many different, all sorts of strange images coming to me that I would never have thought of, that were obviously part of somebody else's experience. It felt like that. Anyway. So that's
very nice. Very nice. We encourage everyone to begin to sign up for this 19th of February meeting and enjoy your own experience. I think it's going to get opened up more and more. I don't know what dials Mr. Keshe is turning in the background, or he may be testing something with Dean, and he may be doing something different with one of the others. I don't know, but they are perfecting the system. So Dean, that was a beautiful, beautiful experience that you're sharing with us, and you're remembering it.
Yeah, definitely. It's what you said with Mr. Keshe. I'm sure that each and every one of us has our own differences and field strengths we need to negotiate and go through. We all have our own,
Right, and that's what he's doing as well, is he's repairing the damaged bird, the soul of physicality, our own soul of physicality, so that we'll be able to do this. So this could have been a first, as we started, when we started elevating the souls and lints and the negotiators and things, we didn't quite understand it, or maybe we felt a little uncomfortable with it. But as our souls, the bird gets repaired, we'll be able to do even more. This process is not stopping with one session for the prophets. It's going to continue on. And as our souls get stronger, as we make one soul out of our own soul of physicality and the soul of the man, then I think we'll be even more effective. But we were effective. There's no doubt about that. Just the way when you release the Gans waters, you're just effective in the same way, in so many ways.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Just quickly on that one for the Keystone, there was something I could share as well on that. Was about a week and a half ago, so ago, I decided to take a bath, and I had a bath, and I was led in the bath, and I sort of and these weren't, there was no plasma water in it as such. I didn't put any plasma water in it. It's just normal tap water. However, I sort of thought about it and gave from my soul, and used the water around me and the Gans and myself to spread the plasma waters around the planet, the cosmos, Unicos, and given to various different souls and entities. And that was a way for me of connecting with all the from a single drop to an ocean, and just becoming part of it. And I gave very deeply from that position. So if someone did the same and used the plasma waters and then started to connect as well, then I'm sure they could have very many beautiful experiences. So there's another way to share the plasmatic.
And I think we're going to get to the point where we don't need the name, the face, or the place, or the physicality. Unless you choose to.
Unless you choose to, yeah. Of course.
Yeah. Wow, thank you, Dean. Very nice.
Thank you, Mark.
Beautiful experience, and I'm sure there's a number more that we'll hear something about in the coming workshop this week, which of course the Knowledge Seekers workshop is on Thursdays at 9 a.m. CET time.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Dean. We'll call you Deanius. That's a combination of Dean and a genius. Thank you. Jefferson, I see your mic has come open. Is there something you'd like to share?
Hello, Mark. Can you hear me?
Sir. Yes, we hear you, Jefferson. Thank you.
Hi, Mark. Hi, Alex. Thank you very much for the teaching, Alex. And hi, everyone. I would like to share something about the experience that we have had on the last Friday that's connected with the December, and I believe it's connected already with the next one in February. And yesterday, I was calm and I was just trying to feel and understand and bring it down in the words. And I made just a small draft that I could share not only with the Brazilian community later on, but mainly for those people who had not the opportunity of participating because they are just arriving or understanding in the beginning of the technology, and also for those who had no opportunity, money, whatever, to participate, but they were connected at that time. So I wrote down something that I could give the kind of overview, not only what I felt or the what, but the way it's structured, and they can understand maybe the how huge and how big this movement that Mr. Keshe is bringing with the cosmic rays and this communication through the soul and the soul of physicality and the soul of man, and I believe interacted with the whole universe. So if you allowed me, I would like to just read something that I wrote down. Maybe it will help to understand what I felt in the way that I see the things. So I just wrote down, hi everyone. If I may, I will share some personal impressions of the event on 20th of January 2023. I believe those who participated directly or indirectly have their own visions, interactions, and understanding of the current moment of tests with the plasmatic cosmic rays. At the beginning of this section, I felt a great joy and honor to be together with so many wonderful knowledge seekers from around the world and beyond, connected by phone or otherwise not. In the initial phase, we expanded our own soul and emotions to a point where we could see or feel lights, flashes, or something different. We were also gifted with the knowledge that we could direct and focus this plasma energy to elevate and balance any imbalance in our own physicality or that of others. I felt a kind of a dizziness and brain's pulsation that is hard to explain. And then in the second phase, we made the connection of all these individual energies to collectively as one. I could feel the unification and strength of fields between all participants, and we directed these cosmic energies freely to the souls of Moses, Jesus Christ, and Mohammed. I believe many of the participants felt the plasmatic or manifested the presence of these prophets. I felt a pleasant calm. Some subtle noise and chills arose in the soul and the physicality. I sent my best energy fields to them. They could take whatever they want. After these interactions and elevations with the souls, Mr. Keshe invited all of us collectively, including the prophets, to transmute and manifest through our souls in links. I'm still not very clear in my consciousness what happened there. However, I felt a spiral movement of energies like a wind. Again, very hard to explain, but was amazing energy turning around there. After the final phase of the test, we returned to our awareness of the physicality, and several participants shared their experiences immediately, as Lisi brought for us. And at that moment, I could not express a single word. I could not talk. The interesting thing is that the next day, on Saturday, I expelled a kidney stone that had been bothering me for some time. You know, I had some cramp for around 2 weeks. I was feeling small stone coming down from my kidneys. That's interesting. And on Saturday, after I woke up, and the first thing when I went to the bathroom, I just expelled this little stone.
Amazing.
And I said, "Oh, you have a soul. So even a stone have a soul. So welcome to this world." That's what I said. So many thanks, Mr. Keshe, the support team, and all of the universal plasma beings present in this fantastic event. And that's what I wrote, I share in the group, because I think it can give you a short idea so many people can be more interested in what's going on and how powerful this can be, in my opinion. I really feel very, very comfortable to say that the connection of all of the knowledge seekers that were inside this event, those who were with us outside, was really amazing. I could feel. And I don't know if I live in a place with so many fields of different gases, different energies, and but I felt that this plasmatic cosmic ray, it's a little bit different in strength. It's kind of connecting different level, maybe not in the conscience, but maybe in conscience on the higher, in the direction of our soul of man, as I believe. That's what I'd like to share, Mark. And another thing, because in the email that we have received from the Keshe Foundation, a customer service, at the end that we received with the Zoom number, whatever, they just asked us to give the feedback, structural feedback, because as a test, as Mr. Keshe is making, using all this physical equipment, as we give the feedback, it can, I think, tune better the systems of rays and plasmatic. Only he knows how to do that, I believe. So we can help to make it better every time, because I believe in the future, everything, as Mr. Keshe said, will be using this kind of a system, distance, and so that's that I would like to share with you all. Thank you very much, everybody. It's always a pleasure to be with you here and everywhere. Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, thank you, Jefferson. I sense Mr. Keshe smiling, as Dean would say, at this precise moment. And you said you were trying to be, in a way, a satellite to share this experience with the others that couldn't be there. That's very beautiful as well. That was very nice to bring them and include them and to, yes, Jefferson.
Yes, Mark, to share with the people who were in the meeting, they felt, they received the energy. Maybe they didn't feel different things or lights, but many, many people were interested in what's going on. So I think we can share this idea of what happened. So the next time they will be more have a tendency to participate as well, to see different ways of it can be. But I believe you see, Dean was disconnected. Hello, Dean, and he was feeling the connection and the energy, the different, maybe not conscious exactly what was going on, but they could feel the love of all the knowledge seekers giving freely and elevating the soul of this prophets that I felt a very nice energy with them, but very calm, and nobody was just asking anything. Everybody was just as an energy and receiving the best energy from a lot of knowledge seekers with the plasmatic cosmic rays. They love that. They love that, and I believe they will take care, and we will spread this energy and this love to the whole continuation of their disciples or their followers. They will understand that the peace and the new way of life is in course, in my view, and they are happy with that. I felt happiness with them. They went to his side of Keshe Foundation as well, as Mr. Keshe invited. No, everybody was spinning inside. They were enjoying. But that was the feeling that I had.
Beautiful testimony, Jefferson. Thank you for sharing with us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. I just grateful to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, perhaps we'll take one more. It is approaching midnight in Europe. Carolyn, I saw your mic came open. Is there something you'd like to share? I think you were in the meeting, if you'd like to.
No, that was an accident. Sorry.
Okay. Did you go to the flight experience?
I did.
Ah, well, is there anything you'd like to share? Sometimes you may hold the key to someone else wanting to participate in these conferences. Is there something you'd like to share about it? Maybe something small.
Oh, it was fun. It was fun. And I did see Keshe come in, and I'm like, what are you doing here? And then I go, oh, of course you're here. You need to be here. So that was the fun part. And it was all just fun. It was fun being with all the knowledge seekers, and their souls are so beautiful. You could just feel that beauty.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Keshe has been waiting for decades for this to come out and to start this process. Thank you, Carolyn, for sharing. Anything else you'd like to add, or would you encourage people to participate if they could?
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely worth doing it for anybody who can scrape it together, which is what I have to do. I scrape it together and do it because it's just real important that we get together this way.
Excellent. Excellent. And we'll probably be moving into the communication and the feeding perhaps sooner than we think. I know, well, we'll see what the Universal Council decides, and we'll see what happens on this Thursday. Okay, I think if there's no one else who'd like to add anything else, we'll bring this meeting to a close. Alex, we didn't really get to ask you many questions today about your teaching, but I think the sharing of the experiences was also a beautiful way to go.
Yeah, Mark, I'm innocent. I have no evidence to give forward. All joking aside, I want to thank you very much for allowing me to present. As I said in the past, and I mean this sincerely, I gain more benefit from this than you do, and so, although that appears like a selfish motive, it's not the original intention. It's just the feedback that I get, and it just keeps me motivated and keeps me going to do this. just to echo what Jefferson said also, is that there is a lingering effect from that meeting, and I'm experiencing it hour by hour, and I just don't want to go through that. The initial thing, of course, was the peace and serenity that I felt, and the calmness. So the net result is, if you're expending energy through worry or through anxiety, then and you stop doing that, then that becomes an addition to the energy that you have to use. So just on that basis alone, you end up having more energy. But that's a little bit of cheating, and it's a small accomplishment. But the larger accomplishment is also to go to a higher energy state and elevate the soul, and that has to come from within. And so that is a much stronger feeding than just to, stop the loss. The losing of the energy is not a losing if it's supplemented and it's given more. So we all give energy regardless. It's just that now we have an awareness that we can be more discreet or discriminatory in how we give our energy. And this becomes a very important part, because if we want to share in the bounty, then we have to give our energy to something that is fruitful and something that is beneficial. And if you only look at it as to the benefits that you're getting on your own, then that limits the possibilities right off the bat. So this is why we see that if one member in our community is sick, you have to say the whole community is sick. So we can't be exclusive in that way. We have to all understand that we're all equal. And so this is the focus of the attention that we need to give. And as a result of doing that, then we get the feedback. And this is the beauty of the whole thing. So thank you for allowing me to continue presenting. And I'm really looking forward to next week and all the excitement that's going to be coming down the pipe this week. We are in, it's an understatement, very exciting times. Thank you all.
Yes, it's like a peace that passes all understanding. I think we've seen that in the holy books, but it's beyond our understanding. It's more on the emotional level. So we'd encourage everyone to participate in this and experience this beauty, this peace, this giving, all the different absorbing knowledge. As Jefferson said, passing a stone. Gosh, beautiful. Many, and that's what, he wasn't there for that, but these are some of the things that come to you. As Mr. Keshe said, everyone will come out differently than they went in the dimension of emotion, in the dimension of devotion, and in the dimension of totality to understanding the creation. So we encourage you all. There's plenty of time to sign up for the meetings. I'm sure these meetings will be growing more and more. Okay, we've reached midnight in Europe, so I think we're going to bring this to an end. Thank you all for participating. Is there anyone who's been holding anything back that they wanted to say, but they didn't want to open their mic at the moment? If not, we'll conclude with the simulation of the flight enhancement system that Marius has put together for us some last year at some point in time, I think. And then the final disclaimer in the meeting will end. Thank you all for being here, for bringing the change, for being part of this. And humanity thanks you as well, including the soul of the planet and the soul of the creator, let's say. Again, anyone want to add something before we close?
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.